right, folks, let's turn that off. There we go. And we gotta turn the echo off. All right. Wow. Damn, I just missed a long. Okay, it's Red Ben. I'm doing a live stream all day by request. So I'll try to stay on as much as I can. I'll probably have to take some breaks. I've been coming down with a cold. I think I've been coughing, so I will try to catch those and mute before I do that so I don't cough in your ear. But I maybe don't listen on headphones today. Okay, if you want to get a hold of me, this is how you get a hold of me. Twitter at RedbenTrader. Well, X, formerly known as Twitter. Yep, that trade was good. I should have just hit it. If you want to learn more about the algo I'm using, it comes from my coach Simon. He can be reached at trade, the letter N, wordperform at gmail.com. He does run a room that I'm normally in every day. Today, since I'm doing the stream, I'm not in his room. So, but yeah, you can email him and ask for a free pass, and you can like potentially qualify for the room. You just gotta give him an email. So, all right, let's go live. There we go. So, these open orders are not my, what's it called? My live trading. It is part of the trading bot. Yeah, see, this was very telegraphed and I should have taken it. I didn't want to, I didn't want to start the day off with a impulsive, what's it called? An impulsive trade, because I usually don't trade the open, but I was definitely biased to the long side and should have taken it because it triggered. But yeah, this is the bot. It triggered long here, here, and here, and they all worked. So it's going to trade in sim. Okay, it hit its target right there. It's going to trade in sim. And then I'm trading on a different screen using Rhythmic on my, what's it called? The, can't think of the word right now, Apex. So, yeah, what happens up here is not what I don't take every trade that the bot signals, but I do keep a running tab on. So each of these tabs are strategies, and they're keeping track of how well they're doing. So like this one's getting like 73% this week. This one, I turned it off because I've been using this one a lot, and it gets in the way, but I'll show you. 84, pretty good. So that one's running on micros because I'm considering pushing it live. And I don't want to trade minis when I'm not, like, I don't, as much as I trust the system, at the same time I don't, and I don't want to like get done with the client at work and look and see him down like $4,000. If it messes up and I lose, $400, that's like, oh, okay, I turned off, no big deal. But if it went berserk and started like ripping apart my account, I'd be pissed. So not gonna do that, at least not at this point, not until I can like roll up a $4,000 day pretty easily, which I haven't done yet, I don't think. I'm trying to remember, maybe once. It's pretty rare because I usually trade up to 2 minis. I've got Apex is running a 90% off sale. Again, they do it all the time. And today was their last day, or well, supposedly. Sometimes they extend it. But I went ahead and grabbed an Apex eval. So since it's an eval, I will occasionally trade 3 in there. The only problem with trading 3, it's 150K. Like, what's it called? With the trailing drawdown, the Apex. Everybody knows how those prop accounts work. So it's an eval, which means you're not trading live, and you have 30 days. And if you don't meet the requirement, if you don't make enough money, well, fake money, like paper trading, you have to pay the fee. So in this case, even the second, like subsequent months are like 80% off. So it's not a lot, but it's definitely better if you can get it, if you can hit it in 30 days. So uh, I will let you, or what was I going to say? Yeah, I will let you know if I'm taking something in the Apex account or in my PA account, because I, I I will be more. Oh, hi, cat. Yeah, Ronan's gonna bug us. Um, I will be more liberal in the Apex account, but okay. Let me. Oh, that's interesting, Sean. Hold on. I wonder why. Because that's the one I sent you, right? Wow, how did you get it down in the bottom left like that? That's cool. How did you get the... Is that an option where you have... I, I didn't know you could make that smaller. Let me see. I guess I didn't look at the options. Huh. You've got yours like tiny on the left. I don't know how you did that. Can you move it? Can you like resize this? No. I don't know how you did that. Maybe you just have a really big screen. Anyway. Interesting. Yours does look different. Oh, you know what? I haven't reloaded and recalculated. Let me see. Could be that. Hold on. I don't think I changed this. Reload. Insert. Big screen. Yeah, I was going to say, that's nice. That's nice. Sorry, one of the members in the room, if anybody else is in here, I don't even think there are anybody. Well, if anyone else watches this later, Sean and I are going to chat in a DM because he's in the trading room, so you won't see his comments, but I'll be talking to a ghost. Let's see. No, it's not the same. Weird. You didn't change it at all. 24 tick. I don't think I changed it. That's really strange. I mean, a little bit. The only thing I changed, I added volume and delta so that I could trade it live and not miss that. But I thought I sent you the very updated version. As I messed with it last night. Yours definitely looks different. It's so weird. Is that the one I named Auto NQ? No SD plus. It's you got the right one, right? Because I sent two of them. One of them was the early version, and then I what's it called? I fixed some stuff and sent you another one. I wonder if you're using the older one. Let me just make sure I've saved. Oh, it got short. I'm not watching close enough to know if that's a good idea, but kind of looks like it. I don't like how deep it is, though. We're gonna look at the candle chart in a minute. I'm getting started just a tad late. It's early here in Vegas. It's so hard to get up super early because I like to trade London Open. Oh, and in that Apex account, I'm down 445 here. I can show you from what's it called, from London. I didn't do anything stupid. It just didn't work. How to hide account. So I'm currently down 445 in there. No big deal. Yeah, make sure you open the right one, Sean, because that's funny. It should be called. Oh, it's not going to show me here. Pretty sure I remember. This Auto NQ. Whoops. Retest. No SD plus. It should be that one. There was another one I sent you that's just auto. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's a little bit concerning. Why is mine different than yours? Very weird. Trying to see if there's other differences. If it could just be data. It's pretty close on the candle chart. That's what's kind of concerning me, is that it looks the same on the candle chart. No, it's back here. Huh. I don't know. It's a little different on the candle chart. Maybe it is just data. That would be crazy because that's significantly different. That's like totally different entries and everything. Okay, well that's annoying. Um, Weird. Yeah, I recalculated. Oh, it could be. Did you change? Oh, your days loaded would be different. How many days do you have loaded in the chart? That's got to be it. I'll match you. Uh, Data limiting. I have 30 days because I was doing back testing. Should we try like 3? Because then if we match days loading, I bet you it'll turn the same. Okay, watch this. Let's see if this fixes it. Yeah, that's got to be it. Did that fix it? Hmm. Not exactly. Not exactly, right? Hard to see your times. Oh, and you're not. It's I have Central Time here because I matched Simon's. So, well, I can't think of anything else that would be other than chart settings. Because, like I said, I didn't change the strategy since I shared it with you. Uh, but that is confusing and frustrating, honestly, because it's like, yeah, I yeah, I don't know. Um, Weird. Yeah, very very weird. Okay, so let's take a look at the can chart. All right. So this is NQ, and oh, garbage truck is here picking up neighbor's sofa. Uh, okay, so we've been in this trading range for like more than a week. So using the fixed range volume profile, we anchor it. This was a divergent low. It had less volume, but made a lower low. So we anchor one on the first green candle before that, before the divergent low here, and then stretch it to the current, and then it gives us the value area and the POC. We opened like right in the middle of this, so this is going to be very choppy. We're in like fair value over the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2 weeks, let's say. So this is like by far the hardest place to trade. If you look, like every time we came into this pink, red line, the POC, it gets hard. So great time to not be trading. And honestly, probably the hardest time to choose a direction because while we do definitely have some shorts drop down here, you can see all this volume on this pullback. That was really pretty. I traded it yesterday, and then, uh, but then up here from earlier, we have longs trapped. You can see all this volume when they tried but failed to take that liquidity, and that's like usually when you come up that close to a wick with especially with high volume, and you can't take the liquidity, something's up. Like you're not going to continue right away. Often what happens is they go back and they grab liquidity on the other side. Sometimes they grab liquidity at the very end. But look, they couldn't reach this, just barely. Look at how much they missed this by, right? So it basically double bottomed. Again, when that happens, our assumption should be we're at least going to come back up and take liquidity from here, here, or at least this one. Like some prominent wick, usually one with a lot of volume. So, I mean, I was thinking this one was my primary target. That was my assumption, is once we started to run through here that we're probably going to sweep the value area of the fixed profile value area, not the daily, and then take some of this liquidity. Although it's interesting that the voodoo range level is right there now, which was put in on Monday, so that was printed here, probably because of this. So yeah, this is going to be a very hard place to trade in general. It's going to be better to kind of wait for it to at least reach a key level. This makes a really good target, but a bad entry point. So something to keep in mind. as far as like targets in either direction, if you decided on a direction, because like if I had to guess, I'd say it's probably more long than short, just because the most recent information is usually like the best information to trust. So even though we did have longs trapped up here since just yesterday, we got this big short squeeze. Like my assumption is we're gonna try to collect some more shorts and then rip up and take that liquidity. That would be my guess. But how far we dip really depends on like whether or not whoever's been doing all the selling is really done or if they were just gonna pause, because if they're not done selling on a higher time frame, this absolutely could come all the way back down. And if it comes beyond the value area low somehow, and then especially if it comes back up and taps it and rejects, it's going to take these lows almost for sure, and they know that. So they're going to try. So what we want to watch for is big volume coming down, kind of like this, and then we want to see like do longs defend these swing lows. That would be the first like objective, is just because like traders put their stops underneath here, so that's where the bears are trying to get, because if they can sweep that liquidity, they're going to get um, potential volume coming in, and then that gives them like energy to push further. So they want those swing lows to get swept. The bulls know they have to hold them to continue like an uptrend kind of look. Um, so it doesn't mean that if they do sweep them that it's going lower, but if they, what I will say, if they can't sweep them, it's probably going higher, because the buyers have the edge here, just because of like recency bias. Um, but yeah, if there's no buyers when it gets down here and it just goes, like, you just gonna have to assume that either something's changed or that higher time frame is is active. So just to take note of some key levels, I've got the fib right now anchored at 14.825.50. That is kind of more of an art than a science. I just try all the different voodoo range levels and see which one lines up with the most swings, and that one was pretty close. And then I have it on this low because it was pretty prominent, but there was no volume. That was a overnight low, so this might be a better anchor, and that lines up pretty nice. And then we could also try moving this to like 14.963.50 and see what that looks like. I mean, we get a few, but it's not great. What about the one above that? 15, no, 32.50. Yeah, I mean, it grabs that low just beautifully. That's crazy. I mean, and this one too. Actually, that's probably right then. If it catches the low, geez, that's nuts. And then this one. So wow, they're really selling this. Okay. Like I said, this is a really hard place to trade. I thought for sure it was gonna go higher, and at least did they? They did sweep this one from the close. Okay, I guess that counts. Interesting. All right, so yeah, in that case, it looks like they're probably gonna take this one. So 14.797 would be a spot to look for longs to try to defend. Yeah, like if they let this one go, like 14.800 basically. And then the value area low. I wish I could tell this to keep. You have to keep spreading it, like stretching it every candle. 14.783. Again, that's not like a brick wall, as you can see. It's just like a reference point for like, because if you close below it and then come back up and tap it and reject, that's really where you get the downtrend. And then same thing on the high. See how they got above it? They closed above it, but they couldn't hold it. Test, 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 reject. It's not always just one. All right, and then the voodoo range levels around here are 14.825.50, and then below that 14.756.50. And again, those aren't brick walls, but if they do kind of defend off of it like that, like I can expect to get at least 69 points of retrace, sometimes twice that, sometimes 3 times that if it's trending. So, like, see how it starts to get bullish and it just kind of keeps going in 69-point rotations, basically. Not exactly, but it's a good guess. So that's that. If they do take this, like especially early, um, you can see this one's the one with all the volume. So getting under 14,740 or so, this wick here, getting under and closing under it would suggest that sellers are a lot more powerful. That's another, almost like more than 70 points away. So that's asking a lot. But after a squeeze like this, I'd be surprised if they take that. But we should watch for 14,740. If that area is, if they get a 30-minute close below there, this low is probably toast. And then on the upside, yeah, I mean, I'd love to get back to 15,000. That is what I thought yesterday was the plan here. And then, I mean, if it does go beyond that, we have lots of single prints up here. So, I mean, it could get really hairy for shorts if they can't, if this doesn't work to the short side, that, yeah, it can get pretty bad. So that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, so it caught this short. That's neat. Like I said, I'm not going to take every trade that this triggers, and we've got so many different strategies that I've worked on. This one's struggling, but I use it. I'm just going to turn some of this off so I can actually see it. This one needs a lot of work. It's very messy. It's just an idea. I need to. Most of these are kind of not finished. There we go. So this one's looking for divergence, and I've got a new tool down here that the middle green is saying it's made a new low. The bottom green means it has a lot of volume, and then this one, the third from the bottom, is a lot of delta. So it's just reading like this information and then the price. So if you get a new low and then you get one that's not a new low like this, and you get new delta, so if we get one of these in here after getting a new low, that sets a level, and then breaking over it and closing over it is usually bullish, and it means that this low is, they're going to try to defend it. And if they do bounce out of there, it's usually a pretty good long. So it'll do it automatically. And then it also has like a breakdown strategy in here built into the same one, which having both of them on the same strategy might not have been so smart, because like one of them often does okay and the other one doesn't. So the metrics don't look amazing, but like if you know which one to follow, like if it's trending down, you just ignore all of the bull breakouts, but it won't. It'll just show me all of them, so it can be deceiving. Looks like it's not doing very well, but if you had a manual control over it or a way to tell what strategy to use, let's just say it's got both directions and 2 different strategies. One that's very conservative, looking for bounces off the low and the high, and then one that's very aggressive, taking breakouts. So I don't know why. I guess the only reason I put them on the same chart is because like it's based on the same information. It's just one's aggressive and one's conservative. So, and then this one is kind of neat. I'm not going to go into this a lot because that's actually our best strategy currently. Yeah, but what we're looking for here is we can watch this zone here. They're normally going to act as support resistance, but if like certain things happen inside of there, it can trigger like a flip of that. Like rather than being bullish, it'll become bearish. So And then, like I said, I think this is volume stacked. Oh yeah, it says. And then this is basically delta. So at the low, they had a nice big delta. So that's promising. And then what are the other ones? This one's also doing pretty well, so let's turn this off so I can keep a close eye on this guy. I don't need the stats right now. So this one is basically trading from zone to zone, more or less. So it catches when it's prepared to break out, or what usually when this one actually tried to short. So it's either when it's breaking out or on a trap. So this was a trap. So I don't have a filter on here to take. I wouldn't have taken this trade because it's at the bottom of the channel and it looked bearish. So if you thought it was continuation, you could. But this is what you want it to look like when you're bear is it's up here at the top of the channel, not the bottom. But you can see here it's in the middle and it catches the breakout. And then here it catches the short, and that makes sense. It just stopped. So it's pretty simple. It's just identifying these levels and then breaking out of them and taking profits a little later, and then taking a trap. What happened here? Oh, they shorted the trap. Oh, and then that's right. I have it adding on a pullback. So if it does pull back, it adds, and that way it can get 2 exits. And that seems to really work well for the breakouts. But sometimes you miss it. So here it shorted this one on the... It did trap. Why did it get so late? Not sure why that's so late. It's usually this bar. I don't know what happened here. But it got stopped. I don't know about that one. This is how the trap usually looks. As it gets it here, it pulls back, gets more short, and then cover into the low. That's how it's supposed to work. Yeah, and then here's a trap. The green and the red stars are the traps. So which basically means you have a swing, you got under the swing, and then close back inside of the range of the swing. So it gets long. It didn't quite fill the ad here. Must have missed it by like a tick because it's really close. And then just took 10 points. And then if it gets the fill, it gets like 25 from the pullback. So pretty straightforward. Wow, they are crushing it. Okay. I did not see that coming. That's interesting. What's this one? Oh yeah, the VRR, right. I haven't redone this one either. So this is looking at volume. It's real messy, sorry. It needs a lot of work. I needed to like work around some limitations, and now it's going to look a lot cleaner once I redo it, probably tonight. But all this is looking for is like big volume, and then to see if we can like continue or trap big volume. And so, and then the coolest thing in this is it identifies where the line in the sand is. So like for instance, here's Bull's line in sand. So if they get a bar under this, you want to avoid being bullish, and then they do, and then it goes down. I don't have it trading with the line in the sand, but it's like it just tells me to be careful. And we have not made a new line in the sand since then. That was near the open. That's actually pretty good. And then the bear's line in the sand, you can see, is here. So basically, when they printed this, it said, don't short unless they reclaim this one. So it misses this trade, but it's conservative until it gets under this. Then it can start trading again. It got far enough away that it started trying to buy and failed. But seeing that, I have it being aggressive so I can kind of watch and see like if they're trying to buy it, it means that there's been some volume down there. It's not necessarily a good idea. Wow, this one's really struggling. What's this? Oh, the volume surge. Okay. Bullish. Yeah. Is the bear doing okay? All right. Good to know. new lows. All right. And then the 15 tick over here keeps track of where the volume is. And if you have to basically stuff that volume. So if you get volume into the low, sorry, my cat is taking a bath right next to the microphone. If you get that low and then lift here, you can get long. And then, so I've got them zoned out like the blue so that I can easily note them. But those dots are the big volume, and then that is getting put here as well. It's like overlaying. So in other words, this guy, the red, means that there was heavy volume on the downside on the, so like really we need to get over that to even think about buying. But in this kind of price action, you don't do it. It's a really aggressive strategy. Okay, here's the value low. Wow, I just totally missed this move. That's too bad. Like I said, it's really hard to get a trade at the POC of the fixed volume, just like it is to get a trade at the POC of a daily chart. So as far as like selling retraces, the problem here is like this was my target basically. It could go lower, but I didn't see this coming for sure. Oh, Sean, you mentioned there's Fed speakers. I wonder if that's what. Here, let me just see. I forgot to look for that. Okay. Today is Thursday, October 5th. Barr speaks at 12:15 Central. That's not yet. I don't have anybody else, but there supposedly is. Let me just check the room. Maybe someone mentioned it in the room. Do you know when, Sean? Oh, right here. Tasia. Okay, so thank you, Tasia. 8 Central. That was already happening. 8 Central, and I get it 8:45 Central. And that's going on. ECB speaker. Oh, and then Kashkari at 9:40. Jeez. So in 40 minutes, Kashkari, and then 10:30 is Barkin. And ECB, what is going on? Jeez. All right, that sucks. I mean, it's fine. It's just, it means that, like, you're going to get moves, like, unexpectedly because they're going to respond to their words, not just technicals. Thank God the cat left. Okay. But you can see that what I love about this strategy, this new retest one, is it's not getting killed in trend down, which is awesome. It doesn't even try to fight this. I have other ways to catch it, but here, let me just see. How is that doing? This one. Is it catching these? That caught a retrace. That's interesting. Do I have shorts off? No. Interesting. Okay. I mean, it's doing okay, but kind of surprised. Is that the right one? Oh, yeah. Beat volume try. Yeah. This one is... It caught this. Okay. And what about this one? This one does usually pretty good in trend too. Yeah, it did catch this. It just didn't get another entry. Okay. And then Divergence is actually doing okay too. I'm telling you, this never does better than like 55%, but it rarely gets killed. This is about as low as it gets. And then this one's really good too. So whenever it gives me this signal A here, second one from the bottom, and it's short, that's almost always a good zone to retest and short out of. So if you want to short, that's it. 14,781 or so is the spot to do it. We're awfully close to where I expect we're going to bounce, but yeah, That's how that works. All right. This one sometimes is good as in trend too. Missed all of it. Very conservative strategy. Oh, how are the retests doing? Good, cool. Not very many. Okay. And the traps are getting, oh, there's only been 2, and they're long only. That's, or no, it's not long or short. They're just not setting up any traps. Okay. And filtered is doing better. So if you, okay, that's good to know. Anyway, I get so distracted with this. Let's see, I want to see this and this primarily. And then I want to keep an eye on this one. Actually, the VR will be more useful on the side. Let's put this one over here so I can keep an eye on bulls, bears, line, and sand. I guess I'm not going to... Oh, wait. If I do this... Will I see it? Kind of. It's just too big. Oh, we can peek at it if we need to. But currently... yeah, bulls need to hold this right here. Otherwise, it says... Watch out for lower. And that makes sense, because on the candle chart, we've just taken the value area low with this fixed range. And so this is what I said, that if we can't defend this, we didn't even try. If we don't defend this, it's they're gonna shoot for this low and probably get it. So it's actually looking bearish now. But I don't just want to short a breakdown down here. What I prefer is a retrace, and then you could try to short it. The bear moves happen so fast. It's like, it's kind of frustrating. It's like you either catch it or you don't. The important thing is when you recognize that it's this bearish, you just don't guess where it's going to bounce. It will eventually, but once it does, we have a lot of room to retrace. So like if it does bounce here and close this candle back inside the value area, like we can look for longs and get us back to the POC pretty easily. So don't be in a rush to buy this. And then big volume on a bearish candle on the 15 tick means that getting over that, especially with the VPOC, is if we can get volume developed up there, that this could be new support, and that makes sense. So this guy could get trapped, is the idea. Oh, here we go. Could happen right here. I've changed my colors. I need things consistent. So the white ones, the green one, the green down, and the green up is like the green down, and the white up is like the white down. So the white up is what Simon has as red up. They're similar. So yeah, now it's green. And now it's nothing. Once it prints, it doesn't go away, but once it closes, I mean, it's warning that if it closes with those metrics, it will be there. But see, the star, same thing. Like, you can't trust it while it's live, but once it closes, it won't go away. It's just an early warning system, so you can prepare an order. All right, so that's good. We might, because this, look how low this bearish zone is. The pink is usually bearish. I don't have any reason to think this is going to be any different, but getting big volume in underneath it like this and then seeing a star would be good. So, and then especially after this bearish volume here. The dashes mean that the VPOC have a lot of volume. It's another way to see it. You can also just see it here. Like, yeah, relative volume. But this strategy is not going to trigger here. There's no way it can trigger in this condition. It's very, it prefers back and forth rotations. Bulls, line, and sand is here, like right here. So if this closes bullish and this is defended, we could be in business. Let's see if we have, yeah, so we put in a new low, so we need more negative delta above this, and then we need to beat that bar. All right, and then let me just check sweet spot. So the retrace zone is here. This is actually like right here is the short sweet spot. So if they turn it here and you have a target lower, it's a good spot to hit it. But we're not going to, because this is basically the target. It was that value very low, and now we're right at it. So let's see if we get, because we did get some volume down here. What I'd expect, and like we did actually print that green one with like really good delta. So if they take this, if the shorts take this, like bills are giving out. And if you had a target lower, this is the spot where you'd kind of like go for the retrace. But I don't. The problem is, look at how low volume was as they dropped, and then suddenly they put in all this volume at the low, and then they lift it with aggression, which is basically what the star is saying, and the arrow too, really. So it's like the only reason to short is because this is the first time we've gotten back into the channel. So if you just think this is going to go to the low, which is totally possible, then this is the spot to short right here. But I don't love it because we're sitting right at a potential support, and there's been a change in the volume, which means that like there's lots of contracts being done down in this wick. So chances are they're going to try to, you might get under it, but they're going to try to defend it. So it's not going to be an easy short. Let's put it that way. Like breakdown, breakout trading in futures is pretty risky. And there's just not enough distance. Like there's not enough meat on the bone to really take that. Like if I would have gotten this kind of set up here, it would have made sense because we didn't go very far. Like if we would have gone here and then came in and then rejected out. So see, this one had big sell volume. So here's a good example. See how they tried to save it with volume, but like they just rejected it. Like that becomes a good spot to short. So if they do take this and we get a retrace, we could try it. But I bet they don't take it. I bet this actually bounces here. What I want to see is a delta, no new low, and then a delta, oops, bigger than, oh, is this one bigger than this one? It is. Okay, so that means, let me see if this one identified that. Because what that means usually is if you can get a VPOC above that, it's not bigger than the last couple, but pretty sure all that matters is it's got to be bigger than the last one. So VPOC above that in a bull bar, and this zone can be Bible. Look at all that aggression. They are really trying. They know they have to hold this. It would be an aggressive long right now, but it's the first opportunity, really. I prefer to wait until they get the VPOC above it, and then they usually come back and retest it, but they don't always. We got a green arrow on the, and look, we stuffed this volume. That's actually a pretty good setup. I don't hate along here. It's just a little bit aggressive. And the problem with longing here is like, if they don't get that VPOC above it, it's just going to drop. And, okay, so that's pink, so that doesn't really count. So middle of the channel often acts as support and resistance. Let's see if it does this time. Note volume is just like dying off, right? Which you'll see in all the pink and purple bars. Not always a bad thing, but when you're trying to hold a low, what you really want is speed. You want to see like shorts totally giving up. So sometimes pink is good, but it should be like faster than this. Like that. And then they gotta keep going. But look at all this aggression. Oh, well, that one's not going to print, but it's a good sign. So this would put the VPOC, if they close it bullish, this would put the VPOC above the bigger delta here. It's not huge, but it's bigger than what it was at the low. So the thinking is if they put this much sell aggression into the low and then they went to a higher price and they put more sell aggression into it, like if it's bearish, usually that's going to mean continuation. So if they don't get continuation, then that whole zone basically has trap sellers. So you can either just buy it but realize that a retest is likely, but not always. So that would be the aggressive way to do it, is just buy it way up here, but then you really have to put your stop down here, and that's pretty tough with futures. Or you wait for the close above it with a VPOC above it, above the big delta, and then a retest into that zone should get immediately defended. And if it does, then you can buy it there. That's a pretty reliable strategy. Very conservative, but it works. For me, it's the best way to find the top and the bottom. Like, it might only trigger like once a day, but it will. But I will say it will occasionally close up here and then just fall right through it. So you do have to wait for a response in the zone, but you'll usually get it. But if it's really bearish, it'll like, they don't even care that they got to close up here. They just shove it down. And if that happens, like, don't buy it anymore. Just assume that it's trending down. I mean, and that's kind of what this looks like, interestingly, or it did. But since we know what's going on the candle chart, we know trend day opening in here is very unlikely. Usually, you're gonna what's it called, rotate in there. So we should get it. The nice thing is, even if you don't buy it here, you should expect better trading if they do close. So even if you expect it to go lower eventually, like, you really want this to turn here, because then you can get rotations back. Here we go. It's trying. See how the volume there, the dash, it's a good sign. And look at the delta too. But if they lose it, it's a problem. Yeah. Gross. Yeah, that sucks. Okay. It's bearish. I mean, we could probably just short it, honestly. It's going to the low. That is definitely dangerous for bulls. That's not what they wanted. They might try again. Look, they've got no volume. Why wouldn't they attack that? That's weird, actually. I would expect bears to just be like, boom, we got you. Oh, because they're trapped back here. That's right. I forgot. On the smaller time frame, they have volume at the low. This actually, look at that. That's cool. So they had a chance to trap the bulls, and they couldn't do anything with it. So now if we get the close up here, and it's not pink, it's probably bullish. It's unexpected. If they would have gotten this close and then the dip, then you could just buy this bar, or just wait for the triangle. But since we didn't get the bullish close, like, buyers are trapped here and sellers are trapped here. So we need to have more definitive, like, directional buys before we just kind of guess. The location is right, but I'm not confident that these guys aren't just going to become sellers, because they got trapped. So they're going to try to lift it, and then they'll sell it. Oh, here we go. This is what I expected, is sellers coming in here because they know they're trapped. But I did forget that these guys are also trapped, so let's just wait. They're aggressive sellers, yeah. That's what I expected. The first time. I was surprised to see this. So usually bulls give up here, and you'll have purple bear. And like I said, it's not a horrible short. It's just the chart location sucks, but that is usually what continuation looks like. It's an attempt, a failure, a retrace, and a rejection. So this is probably your best opportunity for a breakdown, like way better than over here, because they actually tried. So I mean, we can do it. It's super risky, but let's see if we can, well, they didn't break it. Interesting. They're going to try for the double bottom. I would imagine you can actually short this retrace. Very aggressive, but if I had to guess, they're gonna step on that. Let's do it. Why not? We're gonna be short. Into the low with the apex valuation. It's if they suddenly pick up, I'm just gonna exit. Like, I don't need to take a 20-point stop here. I just want to see bears like react to that. But that green arrow into the low, like after that rejection, looks pretty weak, or like pretty aggressive to the downside. But this is taking a long time. This should just drop. The location for this short is awful, but I just have no reason to think that they're going to save it, so might as well just take a trade. No. There we go. Come on. Someone's got to follow through. There's no delta. It's concerning. This might not work. Oh my goodness. That's embarrassing. This might stop. I probably should have let it go already. And if they do rip it here, it's bullish. I'm stubbornly holding because I know this guy's stuck. So I'm expecting him to sell. But look, there's no sell delta. Like, it's probably going to stop. That's why you don't shorten the hole. But it just looked done. They're probably going to come trap off this high. Watch. That's such a bullshit. I'm out. That's bullshit. That sucks. Okay, so now we've gotten the VPOC above it. That was very aggressive, sorry. All right, so now it should be bullish. That was rough. This guy got trapped. So by the time this closed, the reason I exited, not only was it not working, but this delta is bigger than the last delta, the lowest delta. So getting above him is going to cause a squeeze. I should have just flipped, honestly, because that would be aggressive again. It would suck to take two stops. But if we get a pullback, it's actually a long. But that sucks. I just read it wrong. And the problem is they didn't break it. I should have just waited. My first inclination was just wait for I was waiting for the breakdown, and they didn't do it. So I just decided to wait for the retrace, and just guessed, basically. And that's very naughty. All right, so what we want now is a retrace to buy. They might not give it to us, though, because this, like, probably faked a lot of people out, just like anybody thinking the same thing I did, that this could go to the low of yesterday. I can't really buy it up here. But this is going to trigger long if it retests and bounces with a trend. So, but that was embarrassing. So that we'll get the long though. It's all right. We'll get it back. Sorry if you followed me into that. That was. I hope I made it clear that was super aggressive. I was antsy. All right. So if it dips and then bounces in this zone, it's going to trigger long here, I think. We need a down bar, basically. Come on. There we go. please, pray. Someone make the mistake of selling here, please. That sucks. They're defending it, and the level makes sense. This is the worst part of trading, I'll be honest. Like where you know what you want and they just won't give it to you, and like every like piece of your, there we go. Everything is just like, just buy it here, it's not coming back. And then it takes you out and then goes. Just gotta be patient. All right, so we just needed one down bar. Now we have the potential for a reversal, and we can probably take any bull bar now, but it's aggressive. If you want to be conservative, wait for the triangle, which will trigger the system. Most likely. You do need an up bar, though. Do not guess. So I can get long at 90 at 99.50 if that would be the most aggressive spot. I will go ahead and do it if they give it to me. Only if it'll be a stop order. And it won't trigger until the triangle. So this won't show long, but I know how this works. So it needs one more bar to actually trigger long, but I'm going to go ahead and anticipate it. Now it could stop out and then re-trigger, in which case I would take it a second time. But I know the location is good, so I'm okay with that. I would take it twice here, especially after this little fake out. But if it doesn't trigger, if they don't get a close here, it could just take this low out, which also makes sense because it did look pretty bearish. Yeah, up to you how aggressive you want to be. The very best choice is just to wait for the triangle up, because once that happens, the chances are it's going up. But then you've got a later entry and a bigger risk, because the stop goes at the bottom of this bar if it closes bullish. Note they haven't gotten any volume here, which is not what we want. There's not a lot of delta either, but like it's just the middle of this range. I wanted to see them just like boom and then follow through. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. This is the low. This is the big delta. Beat the big delta. It didn't trigger. I'm interested to know why it didn't just buy it here. I think it's waiting for the retrace too. So this one may actually get long as well. Now, if this closes bearish, I gotta cancel my order and wait for a proper bull close. They did put some volume up here on the way down, so maybe it won't go. It shouldn't take this long. Make sure I'm not missing something, because I'm kind of surprised this is not just going. They're probably just taking their time. Or it's just going to go down and not trigger me. That's fine too. There we go. Oh, no fill yet. That was close. There we go, fill. Okay, so stop goes down here for now. So it's kind of a smaller stop. And then I might get re-triggered. So I'll put it like 84. You could probably go a little lower than that. But no, they do absolutely sometimes come down and sweep that. So the way that this strategy is built is to wait for 0550 to trade, and then it'll trigger long. I'm just being more aggressive and getting in early. But I don't know how often, but it does sometimes come down and stop and then trigger again. But this way I can have a smaller stop and a bigger reward. I probably should have just taken it with one contract, now that I think about it, since I was planning on getting in the second time if they stop me out, but I took it with full size, so whoops. It's an eval if I blow it up live, that's alright. Wow. Oh, they're gonna stop me. Stopped. Okay. Let's wait for the triangle. So usually it'll come down in here and then bounce again. If it doesn't, it's just bearish. But the location was right. I'm willing. I'm totally okay with that stop. I don't like this one. This was an aggressive, not so smart short, but this works a lot. I knew it was possible to stop. The smart thing is to wait for the triangle. But I liked the location. I knew it looked ready, but I know this happens. So you could try again in the next bull bar, but the safest way is wait for the triangle anyway. And now the triangle would basically print in the same spot as I got in before, so I will wait for the triangle. Yeah, oh, but you know what? If they close a bear bar down here, it's not purple, it looks bearish because of this purple. That's a purple one. They gotta immediately bounce this. We are coming back into this range. This actually is a more sensible place for a bounce. Yeah, I didn't think about that. It's got to bounce though, otherwise it's just done. Look at that. Just no volume, just everyone giving up. Wow, they took it. No delta either. Weird. Okay, well, that was a double bottom, and now it's been cleared. All right, did they get the liquidity? I think they did. Here, I can just look here. Did it have a new low? See how it got... Oh, wait. Yeah. What the heck? What happened? New low. It never triggered. It didn't get the triangle. That's right. Okay, new low. Obviously, yeah. So my short was just too aggressive. I should have waited for the retrace. But by the time they retraced, then it looked like they were holding. And then I aggressively tried to buy it rather than waiting for the triangle. And this definitely does happen sometimes. At least I didn't take too longs. But this is just the reality of trading, is that if you're going to be aggressive, you're going to take more stops. And you just got to roll with it. Like, I will say, if I was not trading an eval, if I was trading real money, I should have taken both of those trades with pretty small size, because they were like stabs. Neither of them, I wasn't very confident with either of them. But with the evals, I don't really care, because it's literally $30 and I can just buy a new one. But with my real account, I'm not gonna, I might take the trade, but I'm gonna do it with micros. Let's just put it that way. Like, I do it small, and then you could always add to it, you know? But it's just annoying doing that with evals. Because you're not going to get it qualified in time. And like I said, it's $30. Like, I just don't care about it. It's embarrassing, but like, that's that. I don't know how else to get those things qualified quickly than to be a little aggressive. And let's just put it this way, you have to be a little lucky sometimes. And then the thing that's hard is as you get closer to qualifying them, like when they're brand new like this, I will trade 3 or 4 contracts and just like take 3 stops in a row and they're just blown, like whatever, get a new one, especially if the sale is still going on and you can just get a new one for cheap. But if you like, my profit target on there is like 9K. If I get up to like 6K, I'm not trading 3 contracts. I'm going to move that to 2 or 1, or usually 10 micros so that I can scale out. But as you get closer to your goal, you really should be scaling down, because first of all, it's psychologically harmful to like get within a couple $100 and blow it. But it's also just like, it's hard. Like, it's hard to get consistent winners, and it's not hard to get a couple losses in a row, even if you're not really doing anything wrong. Like you can see, just being a little too aggressive, like guessing low is all it takes. But notice that, like, had I just waited for the strategy, neither one of these triggered once. So and that's great. That's good news, like, for us, like, that by having an auto trader making decisions for us, I can filter out those aggressive decisions. But like I said, that's awesome. Here, while this is just dropping, I'm gonna run to the restroom and get a new coffee. Give me like 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Oh, there we go. I could not. I probably hit it there. Is it? Okay. I forget which setting I want. Weird. I hit it like 100 times. I think it was just lagging. And oh well. We're back now. Okay, so what I expect at this point is we've taken that low with all the big volume. The bulls need to defend this, and of course, there's a Fed speaker like right now, so they might not. And if they don't, that if they close this in 15 minutes, the 30-minute candle. I thought this was on 30 minutes, so it's on 2 hour. That's all right. So this is where all the volume was. It's yesterday's open, basically, or yesterday's low, where we pushed really hard and then they defended it. If they get under this and close a 30-minute under it, it basically traps all these guys. So they're going to defend it more often than not. But if you look above us, the value area high, we've now like left it. We're nowhere near it. It's 50 points away. So usually you get a retrace and a rejection of that, but we couldn't even do it. We tested, we didn't close it. This was, I guess that was the retrace, and then drop. Oh, and then let me just make sure it hasn't moved because it probably moved down. Yeah. So if we get back to like 80 and they reject, that's a great short, but I doubt they do it. But if they don't close it down here, it might not be a great short because then that suggests that the volume was defended. So it's tricky. Like in either way, the best case scenario trading wise, we want to see them defend this and then recapture, reclaim 85, and then longs might work. Otherwise, we want them to take this, close it under here, come back, reject, and then shorts might work. The worst case scenario for me, because like it'll make bias more difficult, is if they let's see, if they close it below here and then retrace up. I know it's bearish. If they don't close it below and they retrace and reclaim, I know it's bullish. So anything other than that, so not getting under it, I guess is, yeah, and then coming up and rejecting there would be like, I wouldn't really know what to do. And then closing under it and then not retracing means that I probably just missed a move. So like where this closes in 13 minutes is going to like be the deciding factor for like which direction has a higher potential for like trade setups, because otherwise I don't really know what to target. Like if they break this and close it below, they're targeting the low, but like I don't know, I guess a retrace into that area maybe would give us a short. It's just going to be trending down. If they can hold it, I don't really know how to buy it in here because I've seen plenty of times where they come up and so that, yeah, that's the hardest one, is if they defend this and then sellers defend this, then it's like, I don't know what to do with this. So hopefully that won't happen because that would be a very difficult decision. But we are down more than 1%, so there's no reason to be aggressively bullish, even though this like zone looks good. Like, do not just buy it. I'm not saying it can't bounce. I'm just saying I don't have any reason to think that they will defend it. Because it could just be bearish. Like they might, that, like I said before at the beginning, that seller that's been selling for like 2 weeks, like we don't know if he's done or not. He might have just taken a break yesterday when he saw everyone squeezing, and now he's back on it. So if there's someone sitting on the bid all day long, like it's not going to bounce. And it can just keep going. So don't guess. The hard part is the shorts just are hard to set up. It just doesn't retrace enough. Like you could try to short this, but you saw what happened to me when I tried to, it wasn't a great retrace, but I thought
we might have a retrace that got rejected and it just didn't happen. So it's like you wait too long and you've missed it. But if you're too aggressive, like you haven't missed it, but I was anticipating something that hadn't happened yet. You know, I was looking for this and I wanted it to happen here, and it just needed one more liquidity grab. So look, it took all the stops and then it fell, which is what it does. The second mouse takes the G's. Everyone who's aggressive gets stopped out. Whoever waited has opportunity. So that it making this short better than the one I took. What's so hard though is that there was no volume here, and it's just like it's hard for me to accept that buyers aren't going to try to defend. Um, so when I see no volume, it's just like, yeah, I don't want to just short when there's no volume. But sometimes there's just no volume. But when you get like double or triple or quadruple purple followed by a bear bar, that holds. This is now resistance. So keep that in mind. And that aligns almost perfectly with this here. Aligns almost perfectly with the value area low of that fixed profile. So like this is definitely resistance now, which is kind of what these zones are supposed to represent. I do like that this did not trigger me long. That is great. Let me just see how this one's doing. Oh wow, it's actually not doing as well as I would expect. That's interesting. So the bear moves. Well, this one might work, but this one looks like it's working. But the bear moves are not necessarily setting up. And wow, this is getting absolutely savagely destroyed. Whew. Oh, shit! I missed it. I wasn't watching. What the hell happened? How did? Oh, I didn't see this one. Okay, I don't think I would have taken this trade because we're so far away from the zone. I don't have like a degree of like separation filter in here at all. It's just seeing. What is it seeing? Where did we? What in the world? Oh, it's selling. Yeah. It's selling. So it got under this, and it's looking for a retrace and a drop. It's just seeing it down here. Ah, okay. I can easily feel. I would not take this trade personally. They shorted because it was what the system is seeing is purple bars, under purple bars, retrace, and like what's it called, the triangle. But it's not in the location I want, so I may need to add a filter that says. I mean, it might not stop, but I may have to add a filter that says it has to be within 10 points or something of the zone that it is triggering off of. Otherwise, it's going to short in the hole like this, retrace, and then trigger again. But I did the back test and it worked okay without a filter, but that's why it's triggering here. It's what happened up here. Okay. It actually looks like it might be working. But this is awfully deep to be shorting compared to where resistance is. Like, I'd like it to wait for a bigger retrace, but I don't know. If we had a Keltner filter, that would also filter this out, by the way, if we filtered out the triangle. Because of where it's behind the Keltner filter. Beyond, I mean. But oftentimes that's where it sets up in this, like, trend situation. So you'd miss a lot of trades that way too. You just have to test, I guess, and see which is better. But look, it's actually kind of working. Like they're finding resistance here. I'm surprised they didn't take this liquidity. Look, they didn't sweep this. You'd think they would. Yep, totally agree. Totally agree. I'm not taking that. I've seen them fail in the back tests too. So like I said, I just gotta. It's kind of similar to like the headroom filter, but it's like once I need it, because in fact, you know what one way to do it. Right now, I have it like stopping looking for trades when it gets too far in the other direction, but I could make that and getting too far away from the zone, like one color bar or one sequencer, and then restrict trades, like whatever that's called. Stop looking for the sequence of the trade setup when either of those happens. That's the easy way to do it. So just say, you can't be, because right now I already have it, like, you can't have like certain number of orthodox closes above it, but I could also add something that said if it has certain orthodox number of orthodox closes below the bar that it signaled off of, not necessarily the zone, but at least the bar that this one, right? If it's too far from this, like, I don't really want to enter down here. I want to enter up here because we looked. Remember, Sean, like the good ones enter there. That's which makes sense. The shorts trigger at resistance and the longs trigger at support. But when it's trending like this, maybe this does work. I don't know. Like, I wouldn't expect it to, but and I'm not going to take it until I see what it does with that kind of filter and see which one's better. But yeah, see, it's gonna go take it. So it stopped, and now it'll probably trap. That would make sense. It takes all the liquidity and then it drops. That's what I'm expecting, because that's exactly what it does when there's no resistance. Is it's like, well, we'll just create resistance here by getting everybody stuck and then taking them out, and now there's trap bulls. They are trying hard to hold that low. That swing low in the morning was 33, right here, 33.25, right around there. Low 34.50. I was guessing 34. Come on. All right. Well, if they get there and reject it, look at how close that is. They did get a tiny little VPOC above it, but there's not a lot of volume on that one. There's no dash. So all the volume is down here. They're actually putting in quite a bit of volume down here, actually. It's just relatively not that big, but now that I think about it, look, it's above the MA. So see how they're defending that? Trying to. Oh, and they're 4 minutes from the close of the period, so yeah, the algos know they need it. They'll throw an order. Let's see, is there an iceberg on it? Yep, look at that. There was an iceberg on it on the DOM. I wasn't watching. Yeah, look at that. You could totally scalp that because we know that level's there, and they're trying to hold that candle close. And so if you watch the DOM, they had like 10, and then they dipped into it, and it didn't move. It was like 10, 10, 10, 10, even though you could see orders coming in. So everyone's like, oh, well, if someone's sitting there, I'm just going to buy ahead of them. Sometimes they'll come down and sweep that guy and then jump it, though. So it's not like a for sure way to, oh, there they go. Like that. No, he defended again. They didn't break him. He's still sitting there. He's going to sit there till the end of the candle. And everyone knows it. That's the funny thing. I mean, yeah, you can expect like 10 points, but you can totally take like 5 doing that. It's way easier in ES. NQ is so damn fast, but I used to scalp in ES, and that's like 50-50. You're going to get like 2-3 points of it. And ES, just hunting for icebergs like that at key locations, particularly because they take advantage of the fact that everybody watches the candlestick charts. So like the time of day matters. Like they're defending that candle close. And so they throw an iceberg in there. Just a hidden order that looks like it's 10, but it's actually like 100. And it just keeps reloading every time they get filled. And when everyone sees that, whoever's watching them down, they're like, we're going in. I'm pretty sure that kind of absorption can be identified by Sierra chart. We could probably build an iceberg detector. That'd be kind of cool. If it doesn't already exist, I wouldn't be surprised if it already exists. I did build a stacked imbalance. I think I told you that, Sean. A little different idea, but like another dumb scalping concept is like where you have imbalances in buys and sells aggressive buys and sells across multiple points or ticks, I guess. Oh, so they have not closed the candle yet, and they took out the iceberg. So, and he's gone. They're not. They're not gonna. I doubt they. He's totally gone. He just pulled his order. Yeah. They came back and he's like, you know what? I'm gonna get it a little lower. I guess they're not gonna. That's classic. So watch. He's still got 2 minutes. Watch him. If they come back up and take 34.50 again, watch him come back. That's just like old-fashioned gamesmanship. They're just gonna wait, get everybody committed to the short side, and then his 100 contract order, he'll just like start market, and just pushing the market up like that. Oh, someone's sitting there now on the other side. Look out. It's going down. Someone's definitely wanting this lower. Okay, let's see what happens again if we get up there. 34. Can't even reach it. Oh, they're being aggressive. There we go. And is he gone? Oh, I couldn't see. It was too fast. I think he's still there. You can't. Nope. You can't trust like the resting orders. They'll just they spoof all the time. He pulled it and then they put it back. There's no iceberg there. They're defending it. They got it. The bears closed it below. This is usually bearish. I mean, you can. It's very aggressive, but like at this point, it's probably going lower. I don't have a setup though, so I'm not supposed to do it. But like I can see on the candle chart that they defended that low. They'll probably try again, but it's not. It's likely a short if they put it up here. Let's see. See, now that the guy's gone, they let it. They can easily push through, but he was only there because he wanted the candle close to be red, to be under that level. So they're gonna let it float in here. But when they aggressively push down again, you're gonna see follow through on the short side. I'd like to get it higher though. I don't. I'm not gonna take another short in the hole. No thanks. This one's way better than the other one was though. It's just too heavy. Yeah, it's too heavy. I suppose you got a good point, Sean. Like, yeah, they did take the liquidity, so they could come back up here, but then they're gonna get. I think they'd get stuck here. You might be right. You might be right. They took this, so now they don't need to work so hard. You know what? I think you're right. Good call. You're right. They did their job by taking the liquidity down there, and they got the candle closed. So they're at least temporarily, like, gonna. They don't need to push hard anymore. They've already done their job. That's a good point. I think you might be right. I think you might be right. I was just looking at the strength of the trend and thinking like they're just going for the low, like that we haven't gotten yet. But yeah, you might be right. I mean, look at how far they've gone, right? Like they've gone since the open here, 1, 2, so like 150 points. I mean, they're due for a rest, right? And you know what? That actually makes sense into London close too, because think about it. London was all at the highs, like trading up there, and so like everybody's long. They all get liquidated, and they got to take profits eventually before they close. So like they could actually retrace here. You know what? I like it. I think you're right. I think a bounce here actually makes sense. Good call. Yeah, yeah. You really, especially the ones with the volume. Oh, I forgot. You can't see me over there. Especially the ones with the volume. If you see a lot of volume on the swing, and for some reason, particularly the ones that are either the morning one, like the Open, New York Open, or else the PM dip. If it's a trend day, there's usually like a afternoon dip. That one is another one that's prominent. Even if it doesn't have volume, that one, like if it holds like I mentioned before, if it holds or they like test under it and reclaim it, that can be a really good bounce point. But this New York one, and then the other one I was going to say is the Asian low. So if Asia trades down here and then what's it called? London takes it like this, right? If they come back and reclaim that, these guys are trapped. So you can almost look at it the opposite way too. Like if the liquidity is taken on those key levels. I mean, this one was lined up perfectly with this, so that one was a little easy to read. Let me see if I can find an Asian low, like here, like this. So this is the Asian low, and then this is the London low. See that? So they took the liquidity here, right? And now if they defend this, if the sellers defend this, it's going to go lower. But if they don't, it's going to take this liquidity. So London ends up pushing it up. But now I want to watch this because the only reason this happened was because they reclaimed that, right? So if I take that again, it becomes resistance. Yeah. Okay, cool. That's so key in futures. Like it's because the separate sessions, you really have to think about the fact that like those are all separate traders. So if yeah, like if you have to think about like what their session has been relative to the previous session. So if London got trapped by Asia and then they reclaim Asia low, like that Asian low now it's now affected two different sessions. So it's going to be a likely place for resistance in the future, likely. And then same thing for New York, London, or whatever. Like yeah, they overlap. The fact that they overlap means that those overlapping the what's it called the ones that are next to each other, the consecutive sessions, like are relative to each other. They feed off each other, I guess you could say. Like one puts it here, and then more traders come in and they push lower, and like kind of the same thing happened here, right? You had a low, and then you got under that low, they reclaimed it, and once they retook it, this becomes resistance. So if we do somehow bounce that high, this is going to be resistant. It's the same exact thing as we saw over here. Same exact thing at almost the same price, where Asia low, London low, or pre-market. I guess it's still London low. And then they reclaim, so it rips, they take liquidity. When they finish, they're going to come down and try to bounce off this. And see how they saved it the first time? Tried to bounce, couldn't get anywhere, ran into probably where all the volume was, rejected, and lost this right here. So on a small time frame, now it doesn't always retrace, but if it tried in here on a smaller time frame, let's see, 86. Did we have a test? I didn't see that initially. I think I was just still kind of getting woken up. Here's the low. It didn't reach it. It would be this right here. That's where I fucked up. That's where I took the short and then the long right into it. Okay, there you go. So I obviously missed that earlier. But that's, yeah, but I will say, like, even though that, like, the lows and the highs of each session are important, the other ones that are really key, especially during the New York trading session, is wherever all the volume is. And if it's at the low, like, if it's a sell volume, it's that low. And then the PM one, if it was a trend day. If it's not a trend day, the PM one isn't always that important. But the higher low or the lower high in the PM is like a really good continuation location, because they'll defend it and then continue. They obviously didn't here, but and I wonder, since we didn't defend this here, I wonder if we'll get. Oh, we already did. Look, they retraced that right here. Look at that. I didn't notice that either. Look, if I put a line on this, look. There you go. So they totally came right to it. Yeah, I didn't notice that. So you can say if they defend it, the trend can continue. If they lose it, it can be resistance, right? Old support becomes new resistance. I didn't catch that either, but
that is definitely something to look for. And so now this level, the what did I say it was? 3450. Yeah, this has. Yeah, I mean they took it on the candlestick. They did, right? What's the close? 3475. Did they miss it by a tick? Low 3450. You know what? On my chart, they missed it by a tick. They saved it by a tick. Holy shit. I thought I saw them take it, but I guess it was close enough that where the at the time they must have it was here. They must have pulled it back up just in time. Shit. Well, in that case, I would not be bearish. It's only a tick. I don't know. That's weird. They literally missed it by a tick. And I'm not sure that's significant or not. I guess what's going to matter is what they do at the next one. So if they can push lower than this and they close another candle like significantly lower, it's resistance. But if they start ripping and people take profits into London close, which like you said, Sean, I think that makes sense. We may not have to revisit this because they technically saved it by a tick. Crazy. So remember, watch these, right? If we can get closes underneath these, retraces can get sold generally. Although I don't love selling down here, but that's what the system says. I should say this will sell it down there if that happens. But I have no idea what to do here because like it's just they're gonna keep negotiating the level, and plus there's a Fed speaker. You'd think we'd get some volatility. He might not have started. It was it was 45 after. He should be talking. We should get some movement here, which is great. We need I can't trade this. This is what I was talking about though. Like when the zigzag looks like this, this system sucks. It's really the only time that this doesn't do well because it gets in on the anything that gets in on the triangle just can't achieve 10 points, you know. Like if this just gets stuck and then turns, like it's just not. No, on the 15 tick it probably works. Right? On the 15 tick you get plenty of movement beyond the triangle. So yeah, it's let me just see what's the rotate? Well, here we can just pull up the zigzag and see. That's the easy way to do it. Do I have it here? I don't think I do. What is it called? Do you remember what the... This is not the right... Not this. Here, I'll find it real quick. ATFS. What is it called? I swear it's in here. It's like wave something. Oh, dominant wave. Got it. Okay, this is gonna be here. I forgot this messes with the layout. I just need to see the blue dots. I'm not going to keep it on, but I just want to see what these waves look like. So 93 down, 30.50 up is where that starts. And then 13.50 down. Right? So dominant wave down, and then a wave up that's only 30. Which, like, if we get on the triangle, that's like 20 points at least, right? 39 to 17. Yeah, so like 20 and change. So if you're only getting 30, that's hardly 10 points. Am I doing that right? Well, I mean, realistically,
if we're getting in on the triangle, I want to make sure that we're at least getting 10 points from there. I guess is what I'm thinking. So like if we put in the triangle at 39.25 and the stop has to go 22 points below, let's say, which is, or at least let's just say 20 points below, um, just to make the math easier, I'd want at least 10 points. So a wave of like 30 points is like it's not enough to like consistently make money because we'd make 10 but we'd lose 20 when we're wrong, if there's no chance really for extension, if there's not a strong chance for extension, if it's just like and we're only getting a 30-point rotation, it's yeah, what I don't know is how many of those do we need to worry, like 130 is fine, or one little retrace is actually like promising for longs. Like when you see that, that's actually good. Like when they had a dominant wave down and then a very small wave down that makes a higher low, like that's usually pretty good. But if buyers consistently can't put in any more than 30 points or even maybe 32 points, like the chances for like a big like 25-point extension is pretty low. And we might get our risk off, but it's like the chances are we're not going to get more than that. So look, when you get 35, you have a chance for like 46, and that's enough to get paid, right? 2-3 bars and plus beyond the triangle is what I want like to expect. But then like this is just a retrace, 100 down, 22 up. I think I'm making sense. 2 less 3 need to be 40, yeah, or maybe even 35. I'm just scanning back here. So here's 44. So 44, here's a good example. So 44, 27 on the retrace, and then 44. So this is fine, right? And that easily, I mean, it doesn't keep going, but it could have. At that one, it was only 30, but the potential is here for an extension if it's bullish. So I think 40 is definitely big enough, but I want to see if I can find a spot that's like, okay, 48, and look, they got plenty of retracement. This one's big, 70, 50, so it's going to work here just fine. 45 down, 11 down, and then they continue. So I think you're right. It's got to be like 3 of the last 5. Doesn't happen very often. Might be overnight. Here we go. So here, 29, 29, 9, 19. So 29, 29, 9, and then only 19. This is probably this is where it starts to struggle. When it starts looking like that, you need to leave that area then. Although, yeah, like I would expect this to fail. It actually works. It continues. Oh, see, that's hard. If it's trending, I don't want to miss it. Because it's okay if they're small as long as they're going in one direction. I'll have to think that through. 21, 28. See, these are also very small, but they're making lower lows and lower highs. So I'd say don't buy it, but shorting's going to work. Maybe that's the way to do it, is like, if you'd have to identify that you're making higher lows or lower highs. That green I can't read. It doesn't, yeah, it doesn't usually go in both directions so small. I guess maybe that's where it really matters, because it's not going to take the counter trend trade usually. See, this is fine even though it's less than 40 because it's going down. So it's only going to short, and that's okay. I don't know if I'm making sense. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It'd be different depending on, but see, this one does sometimes catch both. It sometimes catches the trend and sometimes doesn't. So you'd have to like split them, I guess. To be fair, like, it doesn't happen very often. It might not even be worth the trouble. Yeah, I don't even know how often it happens. So we might not even have to worry about it. But that's the one spot where I've just like looking at where the stops are, it's where it's just like stuck in a range in both directions and it just won't leave. And then it tries to buy the breakout, basically. Well, not the breakout, but it breaks out, it pulls back, it tries to buy it. But I can see that, like, oh, this is resistance and this is support. You have no opportunity here. And it's not noticing that. So so maybe what that means. Hold on. Yes. Yeah. Right. Yes. Exactly. You need to be able to say only long, only short first, and then yeah. So if you can identify only long, only short, or both, or whatever, but then at least it's not going to take the counter trend moves when it's chopping, and that would potentially filter out 50% of those stops. Um, yep. Yep. So if you have a separate one that only does balance and just ignores it when it starts to trend, although, like I said, for this strategy, it doesn't seem totally necessary because it really doesn't attack counter trend very often. But if it was obvious that you don't want it to go the other direction, we might as well separate it, and that we have tools for that. So uh, then for the balance one, that it says it's not super bullish, it's not trending bearish, and it's not going anywhere. Just stop trading. That makes sense. Yeah. Like I said, I don't know if it's worth the work because it doesn't happen that often. Because like usually it looks like it, like here it looked like it was bearish, and it just shorted into the hole. Like I said, we can fix that. But let's say like it, like the resistance was here. You don't know that it's going to start chopping here. So this is, it might have looked like it was getting smoked here, but it could be that it just stops working, but it also doesn't trigger when that sideways stuff happens, which is fine. It's just gonna have stops when it's done moving. Like it doesn't, just like we don't know when the trend is gonna stop. It just doesn't know when it's done. It might just be that. In which case, I don't think there's anything to do with, unless you can identify like this is your target, which, like we've said, is pretty complicated. But I mean, maybe. I do think we can filter out the what's it called? The ones that like go way deep in the hole. I do think we can filter that out. And yeah, pretty sure. But I wouldn't do anything here. Yeah. I like your idea though, Sean. I think I'd rather be long here than short for the moment, especially if they're above 34. It doesn't look like anything's happening, so it's like it's hard to advocate a long. Oh, what's the delta look like? Yeah, so we put in the low. We got new delta right here. Big, so low, new low is the middle one. High one, new delta. So this was the first big delta after the low. If we can get a VPOC above 44.25, this zone should be defended. 44.25. That's my bottom finder technique. So the new low. Oh, I don't have the low on here. It's this one, yeah. Where's the new low? Back here. That's the low. So it's this guy. That can't be the low. That's not the low. I'm not talking about. That can't be it. It is. Huh. What did I do wrong here? No. This one? It made it. There we go. I was going to say it didn't. Okay, so the low. I usually have it. I don't have that study on. So the low is this.
right there. That was the low, apparently. No, it must, apparently. Why does it keep jumping back? I'm gonna have to mark it because it doesn't remember my location for some reason. It's this 1650. I don't have them copying. Yeah, it is this one. I thought so. Okay, so this is the delta into the low. This one had more delta. It actually is this. We've already achieved it just now. So pullbacks should get defended. Oh, hold on. Sometimes you're just going to get a rip once you get over that. Hold on, quick. Yeah, sometimes they'll just rip out of here because they trapped that guy. But yeah, I agree, Sean. For the other ones, it's definitely a good idea. Definitely. All right. So yeah, once they get over the low that was bigger than the delta, the bigger delta that was bigger than the delta into the low, if they can get over that with VPOC, which happened here, the dips are usually bought. I wasn't paying attention and I missed it. But that is usually pretty good long. And it's not always just one. This whole zone can be a location for bounces. But again, I'm surprised that this didn't trigger. It found it. You know what? This doesn't have the same layout. It's got more bars or whatever. It's not. It doesn't look the same because it put the delta up here. This is for this one. It put it here. It got up here. It barely dipped in here. It's basically the same. It should. Yeah, it found it definitely. Why didn't it buy? What did it miss? It's missing a piece. I don't remember what all these are, but it's missing a piece for some reason. It didn't like it. It might be the location on the channel that it wanted a deeper pullback. Huh. Or did it get under buy delta? No. Not that usually. Like this big buy delta. So this might actually invalidate it. I forgot to mention that. So if you get it beat like it did right here, this is your trade. And then it can continue as long as you don't get under a bigger buy delta. So here it's like even. But if this was bigger and you get under it, the trade is canceled because now you're under the big delta. The reason that works is because you like buried big delta and it wasn't just at the low, it was actually bigger delta than what was at the low. So it's hidden divergence. But if they put in big sell delta above that and then you lose that level, you don't want anything to do with it. So you do, I forgot that you do have to watch continuing. Like they have to, if to show strength, they have to continue to beat big deltas. They can't get stuck underneath them because they act as resistance if that happens. That's basically what it comes out to. No. Oh, yeah, we could not get under the purple bar here, so this should be bullish in the zone anyway. We do definitely have some resistance above, though. So I don't want to buy the breakout because that's going to act as resistance more often than not. But I missed that. Good call, Sean, on the bounce. That was the right call. And like I said, right into London close. Totally makes sense. So we're sitting at a voodoo range level, 5650. 756.50 is the voodoo range level here. Which, I mean, it doesn't mean it's not a good place to trade, but it coming right into the candle close, if it is like right on it, sometimes they'll fight over it. And then that often means you won't leave the area. But if we do close above it, that would be a sign that we're at least negotiating this level. Like maybe bulls have a chance. If we close under 56.50, they're probably not done. Yeah, that's so close. I've got that pretty much right on the level. I can actually see what it was. Let me see. So based on this, if this is the low, total close, negative 111. And then negative 123. It's bigger. That's not good. So this is actually bigger. So now if we get a VPOC under that, we're bears our bulls are technically trapped under that star bar. So the pullback will no longer be viable. That's too bad. Darn. I guess this was the trade. And well, what that could mean. So if this is trade one and they try but can't close a negative VPOC below it, maybe maybe it continues. But really, they can't put in another bear bar down here, and this is purple. But bull bar, purple bar, bull bar triangle would probably be viable. I just hate that the resistance is right here. Ugh. But I really don't want to take another stop. That's for sure. Oh, let's see. Did the bull volume surge work here? It didn't. It didn't trigger. Oh, right there. Oh, yes, it did, and it totally worked. Yeah, nice. Okay, so when that starts to work, it looks like that's potentially a sign that the bear trend is over because we know that that dot strategy does not work counter trend. So more evidence that the heavy trend down might be ending, or at least pausing. A little too late to think about that, but that's good to know for the future that like if you see that working and not like if it's fail, and then it works, whatever low they put in might be a good place to look for longs. I can look into that. That's kind of a cool way to use that aggressive strategy. Is not to actually take it, but use it as an indicator. Yeah, they really can't trade. If they close this bearish, it's probably just going to drop. That sucks. Oh, and they did close the London closed, and it closed underneath the Voodoo range level, almost exactly on it. The close was 49.50, and the Voodoo range no. The close was 56.25, and the Voodoo range level is 56.50. It's probably bearish. It doesn't mean it's immediately going to drop, but I'm not thrilled about buying the dip now because we've got a big delta. We've closed underneath the Voodoo range level. It's just not looking promising. It's probably just going to drop. The green arrow down, honestly, is a decent place to short it. I mean, we might as well just try to get that back. Let's go ahead and take it. I'm going to be super aggressive, and if I blow it up, whatever. But I've got reason to believe that this bull move is over, that this is just a retrace. London closed, and the location is decent for a short, so I'm going to give it a try. It's aggressive, but considering that London just closed and we got heavy, like look at that delta and volume into there. I mean, obviously, if they get above this, the sellers are done. But this is like the best retrace we've had. We haven't gotten to the top of the channel like for a long time, so they might come up and take this, but I don't think they will because this delta. Like they're gonna have a hard time taking that. So it's aggressive, but I think it can at least maybe make back some of that paper money that I lost. Here we go. Nice. No, not a purple bar. They're gonna attack that. See, it comes into support. What we want now is a bear bar, and then any retrace should be sold. But they got to push volume lower, actually. The VPOC's got to be pushed lower. Sellers. Where are my sellers? Super aggressive, you guys. I probably should have taken profits right into that purple zone, actually. That probably would have been a good idea. After seeing the purple bar, like, they're going to attack that 9 times out of 10.
I see Simon or hear Simon clicking away when like in the room, and I forget that like if I have a reason to believe that this is a retrace zone, like I should at least take some off, like rather than just letting it. Like I get rigid with like I need 10 points, like you don't though. Like you just you take what you get, you know. But then I if I get too trigger happy, like I get into this like hyper trading zone. So really, oh okay, good. That's impressive. Good for him. I'm impressed. This should drop here. Otherwise, I'm probably wrong. And see, this is where it gets tricky because you make one kind of like bad move, like you don't if you don't take profits into that support zone. Like now, what do I do? Do I take profits when it goes there again? Do I just let it go? It just gets decisions make harder. The decisions get harder the more mistakes you make. Oh, he was trying a new strategy. Okay, I was gonna say it looked like the volume surge dot strategy was like kind of struggling to the buy side, but that's good. Um, Hopefully he recorded it. Maybe I can watch it. That's excellent though. Maybe it's good with the trend then. Yeah, I'm assuming he sold. Oh my goodness, you guys suck. Where is the bear continuation? Oh, did it get long here? Mother. So it's saying this is probably the low on my hidden diverge. I probably should just cover this. But I have this one saying there's no way we're getting over this. But they can do it with pink bars. That's the thing. And that would stop me out. Oh, way too aggressive today. Yeah, it stopped. That fucking sucks. And like now I don't even know what to do because like this is probably going to be resistance. That what I should have done is as soon as I saw this purple bar and it got into here, I should have covered. That was the right move, and I just wasn't. I was just being stubborn. Um, but I put a small stop on here because I didn't trust it really, and I knew it was aggressive. Um, Interesting though that if they can get a real bar, not just a pink bar above this high, with a VPOC, it could be bouncing. I'm really surprised that the hidden divergence strategy triggered. That's what I thought was going to happen, but I'm pretty sure if you lose a, I might have that, maybe I have that wrong, but I thought if you have a big delta, that acts as resistance, and so I was just expecting it to just to drop, but maybe I had to wait for the, once again, for the trap. So if it traps off this high, it's probably enough. That's probably the better short. Oh, did it already happen? It might have actually already happened. It did. This is a trap, super trap, whatever. So if this closes bearish, it's probably just sweeping liquidity before it drops. If it doesn't do that and it gets VPOC above that, it could actually squeeze. And normally I would be looking for a buy here, but the big delta into the low, sorry, a big delta that we can't beat if we fail to get over the big delta. It suggests that the sellers are successfully defending the level, whereas if we get over it, they're trapped. So retracing into their range is usually a buy, and that's what happened over here. But I'm just surprised that it said it was bigger, but maybe it wasn't significant enough. I don't know. Or maybe they're just collecting liquidity to rip it down. I mean, it's obviously not going to work every time. But I'm wondering if they're just chopping the zone. Like, that also makes sense. So, like, no one wins. Mm-hmm. Pretty sure that if the trap signals that it's a decent short, but It's freaking hard to do it. Yeah, that's probably the right move, though. We're gonna try it. Whatever. If I blow it, I blow it. Who cares? If this stops this, I'm trading with a high enough size that it's probably gonna blow the eval, and it's fine. Embarrassing, but it's fine. That's what happens when you're aggressive and you take big size on trades that you didn't have high confidence with. But like I said, I kind of don't care what the result is on these. I have not taken a single trade in my real account, by the way. Like, there's just not been a reliable trade. Wow. Damn. Blown. Now watch it go. That's too bad. Are you serious? Is it? It would be so funny if it just like drops now. Like, it literally got me by like 2 ticks. Okay, good. Like, I liked the idea of the long. But this made me think that this was resistance. And really, your stop goes up here. So, but it was so close to being blown. I was just like, I don't really care. And it was a valid setup if I'm right that it's bearish, but it appears to be bullish to neutral. And we did have that read here that this worked. Oh, look, it triggered again. Bullish. Interesting. Let's see if that works. I would not be, I mean, sometimes they sweep it twice. But see, the higher we get, the closer we get to this resistance. So, all right, let me quick get a new one so I can reload here. Because like I said, it's literally $29. Okay. Oh, I got to put that. Yeah. Hold on. No, not that. There. No, not. But that should demonstrate just how easy it is to blow these evals if you're aggressive. Like, it's not hard to do. Done it plenty of times. It's, like I said, as much as it might hurt my ego, but the truth is like, that was my plan going into it, is I was going to be aggressive with it. And because today is the last day of the sales, supposedly, as I said in the morning. So, like, it's the last day to be super aggressive with them if they don't do the trade again, because like the price is going to go up. So there's really no reason to be super conservative with it. If it's a brand new eval, I might as well just push it, and if I blow it, I blow it, and then I just start over. Because, like I said, it's a $30 risk. Normally, if I'm trading my PA, like, I'm going to lose like 400 in a single trade. So like, why not push it? It's just too bad that it didn't work. But like, that's what happens when you're super aggressive. So, as embarrassing as it is, it's going to happen if you push. But like I said, I think it's telling that I haven't taken a single trade in my PA. I have the DOMs open in case we do get something really good, but I just haven't seen anything in time. And like I said, I don't know what to do here, but the bottom finder did trigger and is winning. It's in micros, but I don't think there's any headroom here. And I didn't think that this level was going to be... I thought that sellers were going to defend this level. Let's put it that way. I suppose I could have waited for the triangle down rather than taking the trap on the star, but I don't know. Hold on. Oh, hold on, I missed that comment. Yeah. Oh, thanks. Awesome. I will definitely watch that later. Yeah, I mean, like I said, don't even sweat it. Like, from my point of view, the only way you're gonna like successfully pass these evals in 30 days is to push it the first day, and that's why you wait for the sale. Um, and you can still be a learning experience, right? Like I know now, I mean I already knew, but one reason the way you learn not to trade like aggressively is by using the eval as like, what happens if I just take 3 contracts and take every aggressive possible trade? Oh, okay. Well, sometimes you end the day 4K up, and other days you end the day 5K down. Like that, that's what we should expect. So conditions, and just if you knew that conditions weren't good enough to trade big in the real account, like you're not necessarily doing anything wrong. You're just playing the odds basically. Like it doesn't. It's just a waste of time to like trade small in the eval. That's what they're for. Like they're literally. Simon says just treat it like a rag doll. Here we go. So this is probably the short that I wanted. See how they actually did it twice, but they took the liquidity. They put a pink bar up here, and then tried to go higher and got another star down with volume. Now if they beat this, I mean, I could be wrong about this going lower. This looks a lot better. I'm not going to take it. And watch, it's probably going to work because I'm not going to take it. Right. Yeah, I mean, right. And then Fed speakers and all that stuff. Like, who cares? Like, it's an eval. This probably works. We got the triangle down after the second trap on that level. If I had to guess, I'd say this is going lower. If it doesn't go lower, I guess that one tick defending that swing low matters. And I guess the low's in. I don't know. Hard to imagine this doesn't work. I wasn't ready to take it, but this is a much better opportunity than the one I took. Look at that. And this one, oh, I see. It's back to the, yeah. See, I expected this to be very difficult because of this big delta. That's usually a problem. And see, they didn't even get above this with a VPOC yet. It's not, in my opinion, it's not bullish yet. They're just playing with, they're just stealing stops. And this is exactly what I was worried about, where it starts doing this choppy stuff. I suck when this happens. Well, you just can't be aggressive. You just have to know when to like cool it with the trap trades, because it'll trap over and over again. Look at that, it would have stopped. Okay, well, I guess I thought I didn't take it, but like if they can't make that work, like maybe it is bullish. But I just hate how they grind it over and over and over again, and anybody taking traps off apexes is just getting their ass kicked. I mean, I guess one thing we can say is I know that bear moves that work usually happen pretty fast. So, like, if it's grind like this sideways, like, the bear moves probably have less potential. But this happens to the other direction too, unfortunately. It happens a whole lot more to the bears. But what's weird is it's happening out of the low. Like, you'd think if this was the low that it would just rip. And so in my mind, that makes me think like, well, it's bearish, so take every bear trade. But then they're not doing anything. So but maybe this is how they deal with that close call where it's one tick above, is maybe they try to suck in as many traders. And now watch, maybe it'll go down to the lows and then do the same thing and like see which side like perseveres. That, I hadn't thought of that, but that might be kind of what's going on. It's like it wasn't a decisive close above, so there's really no follow through on the bull side, and the bears are kind of like unsure what they should do, so there's no follow through there either. Like one side might need to be like sufficiently trapped, so we might want to wait for like a bigger wave and then see if they sweep it. So if this goes like zoom down and then they buy it, that might actually be the the location to look for. Whereas these little trap, 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 when you have like targets technically right here. Because remember, this acts as support, which I wasn't, that's the reason why I said this was a good spot to actually exit the trade early, but like, I didn't want to be a pussy. I was too worried about like seeing it drop to the low and getting 8 points on it when I was down 3 stops already. Like, it's just like, if this doesn't work, I just kind of don't care about this account. But the right thing to do if you're trading real money is to actually exit into support, right? So that's kind of all they're doing is they're trapping, pushing into support, trapping, pushing into support. So maybe the lesson to be learned here is if we're using the strategy to respect these levels until we get the signal that they've been flipped, which we haven't gotten yet. That makes sense, Sean? I don't want to go too into it publicly, but like I think that might be, yeah. Nice. Good job, dude. That's awesome. I like I said, I think it makes sense. I just hadn't thought about, I'd kind of forgotten the fact that like until they're flipped, these purple boxes are actually pretty solid support. And you can see that like the only thing they're able to get under it is like no VPOCs, right? They're not invalidating anywhere, any of these. So an easy rule might be if they can't get under the support, just don't sell on a retrace. Yeah, cool. I mean, that makes sense. Like, I kind of like it. I sort of like, right? See, I sold in this one. And as soon as this was purple into the box, I was like, ooh, this is probably a good place to exit. But like I said, I just left it because I didn't really care. But that actually was a pretty good spot for a buy. And I even said I probably should have flipped here. And so they have not reached this one. And if you look, oh, this one was flipped. This one was flipped. Interesting. So it took us too long to get this, which is great. I'm glad. No, this one was too far away, which is good. But we actually flipped this pink and then they took it out. But we had looked at this before and we saw that if you flip it and then you take it, it's support. That's cool. Nice. Yeah, I would have been out fast too. Cool. Supernova started here-ish. Like this. Yeah. Is that what I said? I think this one is really good. And that's exactly what this one did. If you look. It saw the big delta at the bottom. I like it. Oh, wait, no, this one bought the break. Not the dip. But the location is similar. Rather than getting in on the dip, I guess it's basically the same thing. 53. It's higher. Oh, it got this one. It took this one. So it waited for the pullback. It saw this, waited for the pullback to hold, and then bought it. I like it. Like I said, that strategy, it doesn't, the metrics don't look good because it's got 2 strategies on the same one. I gotta split them up. But that hidden divergence, like look for the low and then look for big delta to get stuffed, or negative delta. It's actually a really reliable strategy. And I should probably change it so that like that strategy holds a runner because that can literally produce like 100-point moves. I just got faked out by this big delta. I thought this was going to be resistance, and it was, but it didn't do anything. Like the support was too strong. So perhaps rather than having it, oh, you know what? Did we not get a VPOC below this? Oh shit! I didn't even see this. Hold on. I never thought about this before, but we might actually need a VPOC below it for it to matter. So this is the low right here. Is that right? I can't see. This is the low, I think. So this is the lowest bear bar into the low. Yep, I think you're right. That would make sense.
and then this is your big delta, which, like I said, that is usually resistance. But what I hadn't thought about, if they can't put a bear VPOC under this, and all they can do is purple or bull bars, the chances are it's gonna get beat. So I shouldn't see this as a reason to be bearish just because they have a big delta. It's just the target that needs to be beat. Fuck, I totally like ADD'd that. Yeah, there it goes. There's the target right there. Cool. Too bad he didn't hold that runner, man. That great call on the bounce. That was perfect. The timing totally made sense. The level made sense. I guess that one tick mattered. They held it by one tick. So I don't think this is going to be resistance. And I had forgotten about this too, but we had flipped this right here. We had flipped this pink bullish. And if we would have gotten a triangle here, you would expect them to lift and it would have triggered long, but it didn't. But what we saw in the retest, in the, what's it called? The replays, is that once it flips, even if it leaves the area, it actually becomes support if it gets above it. And I don't have that coded in. I'm not exactly sure how. Maybe I can think of a way. But this should actually continue. And then the retest can be bought. Damn, I totally mixed this up. That's okay. I just gotta remember, like, the big delta is not a reason to be a seller at the low. It only if you get a delta, if you get a VPOC under it. That's very confusing. See, I got confused when this triggered. I was like, wait, what? I should have just trusted this. I mean, I should definitely just trust the work that I've done in building these. You know, if this is saying long, I shouldn't be shorting. Rather than thinking like, oh, I didn't consider this situation, so it's wrong. Like, no, just do what it says. Or don't do anything, but definitely don't fight it. Annoying, because, yeah, it actually had that. It had it exactly right, and I just fought it. Funny how you can get into that cloud of, like, confusion and convince yourself that everything else is wrong and I know exactly what I'm doing, and yeah, it's funny. That's how it goes. So let's see, big volume. You don't want to see them give that up. You'd think speed would increase here. Yeah, I mean usually, but hey, everyone makes everyone has those days where there's totally blow it. But it's true. I usually do. Like I said, what I'm really happy about though, and why I'm not so upset about it, is number one, I didn't trade it with real money, but second of all, it the strategy had it. So yeah, I mean, pretty close. But the strategy had it right. Like, had I just had it on auto trade, it would have not taken any. Maybe it had one stop. This one, and like I said, I think I can filter that one out. It wasn't. I didn't even take this. But other than that, this one never triggered short, and this one actually triggered long. And that long, the hidden bullish divergence off the low, is a really reliable strategy. And I just fought it because I thought I saw something that it didn't know. So basically being like, I overthought it and just completely mixed up what I thought I knew. But yeah, exactly. Like that's how I feel too. Like if you can learn, like I would totally pay $30 to learn what works. Like, and then also get the experience of like, this is what happens when you do it wrong, so that you get good at not doing that. And that has been the result. Like I did know better than to trade. I knew they were risky, right? Because of those experiences. So it's you just have to see it as like, I'm paying for that education. I just need to learn from it. What you don't want to do, what is totally just like what destroys traders, is like being aggressive with your plan, right? I planned on being aggressive with that account, and then getting upset or like so embarrassed or frustrated or whatever that you then just like throw away your strategies and just totally go on tilt and be like, I'm getting this back. I'm gonna end the day up 5K. That, yeah, that never, I mean, okay, I won't say it never works, but over time, you will blow up over and over again doing that. Yeah, so like, I'm actually like, it's disappointing that like the day I go live, I'm not trading very well, but I'm seeing that I should just be trusting my strategy. Yeah. See, this actually acted as resistance, which I didn't expect. I thought we were going to easily rip through this because we had flipped it. Is this dip viable? Really good question. I mean, they've got no volume into it. I'd have to see some reaction for sure. Let me see. Honestly, it should be. We're right back into the VR level. And we're right back into the purple. They have to defend this. But if they do, they never flipped this yet. Oh, did they flip this one? It's really close. They didn't. I think it is viable, Sean. I think you're right. I think you're right. They retested the purple. And that was clearly support. What does this one say? Yeah, I think it is. Let's do it. 75.50. You could wait for the triangle. All right. I'll get filled this. Oh, well, unless they drop it, then I'll wait. It might be smarter to wait for them to take the low, actually. Let's see if they sweep the low. I'm going to cancel it for now. It's a very shallow retrace, but look at that delta taper is really favorable to buyers. It's hard. What do? I'd prefer it lower, but I guess if it goes, I have to take it. Do I have room? I think I do. I think it's all right. I think you can do it. I'm really hoping they go lower, but I think it's right. I've got another eval. I'll take it. All right. So long in the brand new eval, 3 contracts. Let's go. But again, it totally could stop and then reset. If they get the triangle, I'm happy. Yeah, that's. And like I said, normally I'd say, well, I'm trading right into resistance, so maybe not. But the fact that this got flipped, I've seen them act as support later, so I think it's okay. I don't know if this is often how it works, or if once it's gotten, I haven't like looked close enough to see if once it's resistance again, if it maybe doesn't act as like if it flips back. I don't know, but I've definitely seen that later on after flipping earlier that you get over it and it can act as support, but it might technically flip it back when it can't beat it. I don't know. But we've definitely got some trap shorts down there, so somewhere in here is probably the pullback you want to buy. 56.50 is the voodoo range level. So look at that. It makes sense. So if I'm right, this just rips through, and then if it pulls back, you could actually add here. There we go. I got 10. Let's see if I can get to the other side of the range at like 8. I'll get it just a little before 8 here, whatever that is, in case they just sweep the liquidity and drop it. 98.50. Did you get it, Sean? That was a good call. You're on it today. You should be on this, not me. That was good. There we go. Okay, and then I'm going to leave a runner because honestly, like if they want to, they technically held. Oh, you didn't. Oh, you mean no way you won't to the stream? But did you get it though? You did take it, right? That was a good call. And if you don't take it here, you can take it on a triangle, I think. So let's see. Yay! I mean, I've also been doing this longer, so it's kind of unfair. Okay, so where's my target? Let's see. I'll tell you, you learn a lot from having to like prove yourself. I learn a ton from doing these, and then I'll review them in like 2.5 speed, and like try to key in on like things I missed. It's like, even if you're not going to share it with anyone, I definitely recommend you like try to record yourself, and especially if you can record like, because yeah, seeing this and like kind of knowing what happens, and like if you can kind of talk through, that's what's hard for most people, is talking through what they're thinking. I just happen to be good at that. But yeah, that's just a skill of mine. So like if you can do that, even if it, like if you're not going to share it with anyone, it's okay if it's you blabbering or whatever. Like I'm telling you, like watching it in review, if you can stomach it, it does help, because then you start to recognize those thoughts, that pattern of like, oh, I remember this. This is exactly what happens, and it's not a good pattern. Because I've done a bunch of these, and like I always feel like I probably gain more from it than anyone else does. So I'm gonna put my stop under here, but honestly, it could dip and then bounce again, but I'm pretty sure it just lifts. So, but there's no real reason to have like a super deep stop at this point. Like if they don't get it, they don't get it. So let's do like, what is this? 60, geez. All right. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna target this side of the range. Yeah, this level. Sometimes they're going to come up here. And now if they sneak over this and then drop, I'll probably just exit one of them and keep the runner. But I got this with 3 on the brand new eval, so a little higher, please. Otherwise, I will just follow it down and make sure I get paid, because that way it's a winner either way. Nice. That's hard. I'm telling you, like holding it is tough. And the bigger your size, the harder that gets, believe it or not. It's just sad, but it's true. There we go. Okay, take the liquidity. I'm watching over here. See how they got over it. So now, if they suddenly show weakness, I'm gonna scoot that sell order down and just take it. But as long as they keep chugging here, I will leave it and see if they can get to the other side of that range, because I have a reason to think that that's a reasonable target. And then if they make it over that, it's actually a buyable zone. But if they just suddenly come in here with like big size and you see big volume candle come down, like it's dipping. Like, or if they put in a lot of volume and can't get anywhere, then they're absorbing it and you're going to see a pullback. Anywhere in here is a good spot to exit, honestly. I'm going to see if I can actually get to the other side. One more tick. Oh, you're kidding me. Dude, it missed me by a tick. Again? Okay, I'm going to move it down. There's an iceberg. I wanted... Okay, there's someone sitting there. I didn't... You're kidding me. I missed it by like a millisecond trying to move it down in front of him. That's annoying. They hit it, but it didn't fill me. It's freaking annoying. He front ran me. If that's someone watching this video, I will. Oh, that's irritating. He wasn't there before. but I wasn't watching close enough, and then I suddenly saw it was like approaching, and like it either missed me by a tick or it got to my level but didn't fill me. But it was within. It was very close. There's no volume here, so I'm not too worried about it. But that's not what you want to see. Like, it makes sense that that would be resistance. In reality, I was just a little greedy, like looking for the actual high of the level. I probably should have, like, put it lower. And now, honestly, the better choice is probably just to exit or to push your target higher. Because if it hits 98, it's going to go a lot higher than that. So, um, I'm going to take it here either way. If they pump again, I'm just going to exit. All right, I took it at 97.25. It's just I don't want to risk it. I do think it's going higher. Yeah, no, I agree. Like it's the right thing to do. Unfortunately, I am leaving a runner, but with 3 you could be a little more liberal. Had I traded 2, I would be out now. Though I don't like whenever I see that kind of behavior, like I assume we're gonna get some kind of dip, but it doesn't have to be much. And like I said, if they do get to 98, they'll probably squeeze through it now. So the only choice, once you miss it like that, is move your target higher or move your target lower. Like, you don't just want to sit there. It actually doesn't make sense. Oh, oops. Wait. What is that? Hold on. I might have to take this. I don't usually get a call in the morning from them. Hold on real quick. Let me just make sure everything's all right. I'll leave it on. right. No, is it? Can't tell if it's working. I don't hear anything. What'd I do? What did I do wrong now? Looks like it's on, but I don't think it's on. I didn't turn this down. It says it's on. It's connected. This is saying it can hear me. What is going on here? Not that. Let's see. Oh, you do hear me. Weird. Why don't I hear myself? Oh, good. I was gonna say I think I'm having microphone issues, but it looks like it's on. So it's my headphones. Well, that's weird. Hold on. Hey Zach, I didn't. Zachy man, I didn't see your question. It's set up right now to not be fully automated. It's in sim in the automation, so I have to physically push the button, but it'll automatically tell me when a trade triggers. Here, let me try restarting my. Hold on. Might be my audio system. All right. Huh. That's really weird. Did it? There, I fixed it. I don't know what I did. Okay. This mic can be weird. It's got like maybe I should use the mute button on the, there we go. Okay, weird. Yeah, it wasn't my headphones. It was the mic. It was, not working. It's better. Okay, so all good. All good. So I'm still in the trade. The long was on the star, on the retrace. That beautiful call, by the way, Sean. And we got 10, and then I got whatever that was at 98, or just under 98, because I had to move it down. 98. Yeah, like 20. And then I'll leave it. And remember, on the candle chart, we closed above this by 1 tick. I wasn't sure if that mattered, but apparently it did. We then closed below this, but I said that could be bearish, but I forgot it's a green candle, so we didn't close we might have failed to do it, but that's just because of where it closed. It's just because of the time. So see here, it's just a wick on the higher time frame, right? So I wasn't thinking clearly. What matters is that we are in the process of reclaiming it. It might not have made it there, but that shouldn't have made the dip any worse. I was not thinking right. So, and then this is beautiful, that little doji, and then closing above that doji would be very powerful. Look how volume was clearly pretty heavy here, but decreasing into the swing. But then you can see, not surprisingly, we have no volume coming up because this is all already negotiated pretty well. We've had a lot of trading in here. It's not a new range, so we're not worried about this volume. A lot of people misunderstand how to read volume, and like it's not just that big volume's good, small volume's bad. It's relative to whether or not you're negotiating new areas or if it's already been negotiated. This is well negotiated, well traded areas. Look at how we've been like flowing, like we can sweep this range very easily, very low liquidity, because it's already been negotiated back here. So there was a time when there was a lot of volume in this range, and then like right here they started sweeping it. So anytime they got in here, we'd just sweep through it, sweep through it, sweep through it. So if I back this out and go to a higher time frame, you'll see the volume profile and make sense, hopefully. Okay, so it's a double distribution, right? And there's a low volume node in here with not a lot of volume. But the reason it's there is because everybody's doing business here or here. And it just falls through that over and over and over again. So I misspoke. It's not because there's a lot of volume here already. It's because we've traveled through the area so many times. Everybody agrees that price up here is too expensive and price down here is too cheap. But anything in between, it's like they don't really care about it. So it's got very low interest. So we shouldn't expect a lot of volume, like when we go through that. Just like when we do get a lot of volume, it's because the range is big. See, these big volume bars are there when we have a big range. But when we just like chop around inside of here, it's not necessarily anything meaningful, right? The only ones that are have like big range. So having low volume in this zone doesn't mean anything. What does mean something is if you're making like a new low and you have a low volume, that's meaningful. If you make a new high and you have a low volume, that's meaningful relative to the last one. Or if I get like if I get a breakout over liquidity and suddenly volume disappears, like that would matter. But other than that, low volume in an area where there's low interest is not. It's just we're just sweeping right back through it. There shouldn't be a lot of volume here because nobody cares. Everyone agrees that the places to trade are here and here. So it's just going where it needs to go. And there's very little resistance in between here. That's why it's so easy to sweep the range. And that's why it's so important to know how to read a volume profile and where all the interest is. The interest is here and here. That's where everyone's making decisions. It's the hardest place to trade here. And then this is the other distribution, very difficult place to trade, right? If you leave them and you come back and bounce off of them, that's a great place to trade. But if you're just going chop, 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 you don't want to trade here. Same with this. If you leave the area and you come back in, if you would have bounced, that would make sense for a place to trade. If you don't bounce, it's going to be tough. If you leave the area and come back and you bounce, it's an okay place to trade. Once you don't bounce, it gets hard. So if we come back, since we've left this distribution and visited this distribution, it would be normal to come back up here and get maybe stuck here or see what we find here. If we do get stuck here, it could come all the way back. If we don't get stuck there this time, because last time we did, see, and then we had a lower high, higher low, and then tried to sweep the value area and couldn't get to the other side, which is usually bearish. But we tried to be bearish, couldn't close under this low, barely, couldn't, and therefore had no energy to get this far down. So now they're gonna refuel back up, most likely come back up to 94.50, and then we find out what we have there. If there's no sellers there, which is very possible because these guys are still trapped, which is what I said in the morning, is kind of what I assumed, is that if these guys remain trapped, the main concept is get up here somehow. But how you do it is you never know. But it makes sense that I thought this was going to just bounce like this. That's why I thought this looked really good. But then they took it out, but they couldn't take this out. Or they did, but they just swept liquidity and buyers showed up. So yeah, our target should be here. And then what happens here is going to tell us whether or not we're going to go here, which is what I expect, or if we're actually going to roll over. If we close back underneath 80 here, we've visited down, we come up, we wick back, and we close down here, that's quite bearish because this was a good opportunity for buyers to sweep the range. And that would suggest that we swept this liquidity today and then found a seller. And if they come in, reject, and go lower, these guys are trapped. So the only thing that's going to be like questionable is if we close inside here again. Then it's just like keep jumping back and forth and just keep trading the range, trying to sell up here, try to buy down here. But if we can get through this and sweep up here, like we're going to get, we should get new traders getting interested up here, and we'll see if we can sell this or if they just rip through it and leave the area. Whereas if we come up here, we reject and then close back down under this, well, now these guys are trapped and it's bearish. So we shall see. For the moment, oh, interesting. What happened here? They got long on the triangle? No. Yes. Long on the triangle and then a pullback. Okay, so they're getting long way up high. And that makes sense. They're trying to take advantage of this trend. The system is trying to, it sees them breaking out over this potential resistance, and it sees the bounce and is trying to take advantage of that. And so it buys it, and then it pulls back and buys it again. But if it falls too far, they'll stop out. Now, really, you want your stop down here. Like, that's where you know you're wrong. But with futures, you have to be conservative. Yeah, it really is. I agree, Sean. It's hard to hold it. Really hard. Very, very hard. And honestly, like, if I was trading my real account and not an eval, I would have a hard time holding a runner too. Uh, but with the eval, I kind of don't care. If I did hold runners here, I'd probably scale down significantly so that if I did lose, I would still be green. Like, if I took it with, like, let's say I took it with 2 minis, and I, like, if I would sell the first one at like 10 points to make sure I pay for the risk in case it rolls over, and then I would take the second one where I did, and then I would just plan on buying micros like anywhere in here, and that way if I'm wrong and it rolls back on me, I don't give up more than, like, let's say half of my gains. That I don't know how else to, like, hold through all this, because we know, like, it can dip, it can rip, it can sweep and trap. Like, it's not always easy. It's usually not. So, but seeing as this did trigger long, like, buying this dip actually makes sense. So I'm glad to see that they're trying here. But if we get a VPOC under this bar, it's probably going to come down here. So this does make sense to put your stop here. And then you just have to see if they save this, and then you take it from there. Let's just see how that new account's doing. Where the hell is it? Wait, what the fuck? Oh, I see. I moved it. Okay. But it is long, right? Please tell me I'm still long. Where the hell did it go? No, I swear I had it in here before I took that call. Where is it? Why did this restart? Okay, that one's position 0. Hold on. I don't know why it would have... Okay. No position? Really? Huh. No, it is. It does have a position. Why doesn't it say it does? And where are my orders? This is weird. It took it with a micro? No. No, I see. That's why it's not showing me, because I've got the micro showing. So if I go to NQ. See, that's what happened. Yeah, okay. Okay, we're good. I was like, what the hell happened? I see what happened. Okay. Somehow the DOM got flipped to micro. I don't know why, but it got switched to micro. And so it wasn't showing my position, but it was showing my P&L moving. I'm like, I'm in the trade. What the hell? Where's my orders? And where's my position? But it was on the wrong. Somehow the DOM moved to the micros. But yeah, this is the red account. I was just like, did I take this with the PA and micros? No, that would be fucking funny. But no, I did it. I did it the way I meant to with the eval. That would be hilarious and freaking awesome. But I'm up 1,410, so happy with that. That's just fine. That would be honestly that'd be a good game for the day. That's the nice thing about taking 3 is that while you could certainly blow it up, when you're right, it pays off. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's not real, but like seeing that you can do it is important. So here's the voodoo range level, the next one, 825. Again, it doesn't mean we should just exit, but it's a sensible place to have a target. And if it's bearish, what you'd expect is a reject So if they can close over it, it's definitely a sign that something's changed. And they touch it and then pull back a little bit as the candle closed. So it's they're basically those mean reversion algos are like not, they're gonna get trapped because they're trying to sell it. So it's gonna go higher, I bet. Nice, yeah, that's good, good. Up 1K, awesome show, excellent. Nice, they did get trapped. That's great. So this should fill. Look at all that volume. Oh, actually, it's not that much on this. It doesn't look that impressive here. It does here, though. That's what I was looking at. This might need a pullback. We need to see some volume get in here now, because now it's speeding up. So as the pace increases and we fail to retrace, we actually should see some small time frame volume. You might not see it on the 30-minute chart, but we should see like a break with these bars increasing. And look how deltas are also drying up, so they don't have to work very hard for these last couple points. They're just like, sellers are kind of giving up here. Let's see if we can get a big delta to the downside and then beat it, we can get another push. We shall see. We're sitting right at that voodoo range level, though. Like, it's not an unusual place to stall at all. And if you're looking for a place to take profits, it's a good one. But unless we can put a VPOC underneath a purple bar, I'm a bearish one. I'm really not that concerned. So if we put a VPOC underneath that purple one, we can probably step away from this. But if it's a purple VPOC, it doesn't count. But yeah, getting volume developed underneath the purple bar in this scenario is not what you'd expect if it's going to keep going. It would mean rips can get sold. So it shouldn't happen. If it's bullish, I mean, it shouldn't happen. But this is usually how it works, where like they look up above and fail. So nice. Cool. Absolutely. Oh, nice. That's really good, dude. Awesome. Yeah, those little ones are cool. Like you just have to be aware that once you qualify it, like you're gonna have to pay for the licensing fee, and like until you build a cushion, you just gotta trade really small with it. But I agree. It's like psychologically, it's great to see like I can do it. Just remember, you have to trade for 7 days in it before you can actually qualify it. But you don't have to trade huge size for 7 days. But you have to take at least one trade. And don't just like take a trade for 2 ticks and exit. They won't count that. Like take one real trade, basically. But you can do it with micros. So. Yeah, but if you just bought it today, they're not going to qualify it in a day. You need 7 trading days. Is the rule. Just so people don't like get lucky and gamble with them too much. So yeah, it should bounce here. If this purple zone is continuing to act as support, it should bounce again. But it might take this low first. In which case, it might make sense to exit on a rip. If that happens. Otherwise, I'll just hold because they can trend this up if they want. But I don't like how they stuffed this volume. That's not a good look. Like, see, you can see it on the 15 tick. This got stuck, so Simon's probably short. And it makes sense. So I think it's okay to exit if this closes bearish. Otherwise, if it closes bearish, you just want to exit on the next bull bar or so. If it doesn't close bearish, shorts are going to get squeezed. There comes the volume. That's good. That's what we want. They're trying hard. They're absorbing a lot of sellers. But it's not moving much. It's also not moving up though. Oh. There's a big buyer now. Big-ish. I'm just watching the Dom. Oh, there he goes. He's gone. Will he come back? Ooh. Someone bought a bunch. There we go. Oh, that was a good opportunity because they had gotten some shorts probably or they had gotten some sellers to push into that wick, and then someone aggressively bought and it like moved like 2 points in with just market orders, and then they cooled off a bit and let bears come back in, and then he put his order on the limit order again on there, and so that usually when that happens, when like you dip and then someone like aggressively attacks and then he pulls off and they start fighting again and then you see him put his order back, usually you should expect a little jump. The problem is now they've used a lot of energy to do that. Like that takes capital. So if sellers now take this low, it like that guy's gonna he's probably a pretty weak hand if you're playing Dom games like that. He's not going to just hold as the market turns. So as long as his level holds, we're good. But he's likely scalping. That guy, whoever's putting like 20 on the bid or whatever, like is probably looking for a couple points, not 25. Like maybe 5-10 points, just scalping back and forth. I mean, it could literally be the same guy, like selling into his limit order and then pulling it, and then as soon as it goes down, buying it. Like it could be literally one guy. But the point is if he's working, we call it working a level like that, and then that level gets taken, like in the opposite direction is where he's working, he's going to have no choice, since he's using leverage most likely, almost certainly. He's going to have no choice but to join that side that pushed against his order. And as a result, you see it try to buy, and then if it comes back and it takes that low, like he has no choice but to join the sellers. And so it can look really strong, like holding a level and absorbing all the selling and pumping up. But if it goes nowhere and then that low gets taken, it's going to actually drop rather quickly, because the only one who's really fighting for the level is now losing money, and he's not going to put a lot of money at risk since he was only looking for 5-10 points. He's not going to risk 10 points. So if it goes down 6 or something, he's going to be a seller, and he's got a lot of a lot of contracts invested in the trade. So it basically just makes this candle that much more meaningful. But look at the volume. Like you can see it just right here. Like it's obviously an important spot for one reason or another. Okay, closing it. Oh, see, they did not shift the VPOC down, so I'm not too worried about it. But just watching the DOM, I expect another candle to close bearish. Unfortunately, if it's purple, that's real relief. If it doesn't close bearish, that's impressive. Oh shit, that's not good. Not a purple candle. So now this has changed into resistance. You can just exit, or else on a rip, you probably want to be a seller. It looks like for now, it may be done. You never know if you're going to get that little rip, especially this direction. It doesn't always develop. Like it could just drop. But if it does start to rip back up here, I will just exit the position because that turns this bearish. But sometimes they give you a chance to come back out where he was working. These are so close together, I think that's causing a lot of chop. So we want to see a nice big push here, and then we'll just get out. It doesn't have to go down, but usually the next attempt to push down, like if it goes up and then turns around, that move is usually going to work. You don't really know how high they're going to push it, though. It could be 4 candles or 4 bars. It might be 1. It might be 0. And it might not develop until like down here, so. But it certainly tells me I don't have a lot of confidence that this bullish trade is going to work at the moment. I do have a fib here, but they're probably gunning for this value area low. Makes a lot of sense. Give me a lift. $14,800 too. There's that psychological big figure. So we just want to see it shoot up and not turn, and then we'd be okay. But if it goes like 1 bar up and then stalls, it's probably time to get out of here. Like if the higher time frame's still bullish, it may not set up short. But the potential's there for it to set up short now. And I've learned not to fight this system. It works really often. See how this big delta up at the top caused problems? Once we got under it, we got a VPOC underneath it, and then it becomes resistance, usually. So we got to get above this and find no sellers on the way, and then it can squeeze. If that doesn't happen, we should assume it's bearish. And we don't want to just be like buying dips for no reason when that happens. So like that would be enough. Once you get big volume and then or big delta, sorry, and then volume below it. So big delta above, big volume below it. This is now resistance. Beating it would be unexpected and could cause a squeeze, but the norm is that's just resistance, and the sellers will just sit there and defend it. But they often do retrace first before they commit to it. Because big volume tends to get retraced at least partially. If it doesn't, it's very strong. But usually the market wants to go back and make sure that like the sellers there weren't just like capitulating buyers. It was that they're like convicted, right? They have conviction. That's what they want to see. So usually you get a retrace of some kind into that volume bar, and then they find sellers, and then it goes lower. And I guess they did get to the low of it. That would, if they close this bearish, it does not look good. But I would expect to come back near the VPOC of this big volume bar. There we go. So see how they trapped this big volume on the 15 tick and then lifted? So that's actually a good sign. But no volume here. Look, all the volume is on the down, right? So if they can close this bar, then good, but usually they won't. Because if you think about it, this is buyer's perfect opportunity. They got big sellers into this low, and someone attacked it. If no one follows through, like, why would you buy? There we go. So he needs to close this. And then on this tiny little time frame, we might hold the level. Everything's fractal, so like thankfully, once you kind of learn the tendencies, like you just need to respect the fact that like the higher time frame always kind of trumps the smaller one. There's not a lot of, there's nothing going on here. No one's falling through. Looks like it's down. That might be all they got. They try to trap it. I need to lift this with volume now. Nope, it's over. So this one stopped out. The system on the sim stopped out. I didn't take that trade. I was already in, but that one stopped. It got in here. And it just didn't quite reach 10 points somehow. It just missed it. And then it came underneath it, underneath the buy, and stopped out. And it actually got a 7-point pullback, so it took 2 contracts. But I'm still in the runner. I mean, I don't really care what happens to the runner. But if I can get an opportunity up here to exit, I probably will. Because this is looking heavy. But the difference between exiting here and exiting at break even is just not that. It's not worth it. There's always the chance that like a buyer just shows up and rips it. So it's unlikely though. But again, if the higher time frame is trapped short, that can happen. But not retracing this big volume is not bullish. Yeah, another bear bar. That sucks. They need to push hard. So this failure is bearish. Because they put volume in at the low, they tried to take it, and then we saw volume push lower. That becomes resistance. Just like this did. Right here. See how they push? They come back in. They take it. But then when they give it up, it becomes resistance. That's why I've marked them off. And then this here, same thing can happen on the opposite side. So it can become support if you beat it. So let's see. Here. So big volume up. It's not going to get a range. I only have the lower ones because I'm primarily looking long. But big volume up. They trade underneath it. They beat it. Now this bar is support. And if you mark it, it's this one. If you can't get a VPOC under that, if you can't develop volume on the bear side, they put points under it, but VPOC, the yellow line, can't get under where the volume was before. They trap them. So that's what I was hoping was going to happen. But they just did that on the bear side.
So they tried to beat it. They couldn't get a VPOC above it. And they shove it down. The failure to stuff the big volume. So here, you would expect them to defend. You'd expect sellers to defend that level. So this should be resistance. But again, this big volume bar here got barely any retracing. And that normally you expect a retrace to where all the volume was. The highest, the price with the most volume in the bar of the high volume bar, this one. But see, then they put another high volume bar in and they've retraced that. So if it's bearish, they'll just shove it down. Because this guy's going to act like a buffer to protect this one. Yeah. So buyers are trying to use this flipped pink zone. It flipped right here. It flipped here. And so it became support. And they're hoping that continues. And it could on the higher time frame. But on the lower time frame, the selling is getting continuation. You're getting volume underneath volume. So you're getting lower, and they're developing volume lower. But that volume at the low is very weak. So if they usually defend this. If they don't, and it becomes support, we could, since the higher time frame is bullish, we could see them squeeze it out. Which is why I'm holding, but I expected this to be difficult once we got under him. Once we put big volume underneath this guy, this becomes resistance. And if we come back up and get triangle down, the system's going to short. Then I will be out. I just thought one thing, Sean, we could do is see if trapping volume down here might make for a good headroom measure. Because I just thought about the fact that let's say this triggers short right here, right? So it comes up, triggers short. But if we trapped volume down here, that's as far as you'd expect a short to go. I hadn't thought of that. But I don't know if that works. But I don't know why. I also don't know why I hadn't thought of it before. Because like I just explained, normally you'd expect that. But if you don't get that, then this guy, the big volume bar, he's trapped. So you don't want to sell this because you're going to see that. And like I said, I don't know if it matters on the smaller time frame when this higher time frame says short, but it might. It might. You might need to get above the big volume on this time frame. Like it might just be don't short into that. So if it goes, then don't short unless you get VPOC under that. It might only be on this time frame. I don't know if it matters on the little time frame, but either way, we could try it out. But hopefully you see how when these zones start to stack like this, the higher time frame takes over. Because as hard as they want to be selling this, if there's trapped sellers in here, and you can get above it and bounce it, it sort of makes sense that they're going to at least try to defend this. I don't know how often that works,
But it's not the first time I've seen that when they're stacked like this. Oh, you know what? So I wonder if that means if purple is above pink, if pink is more likely to be support. I don't know if that's true. That would mean if pink is above purple, that if pink is above purple, then purple is more likely to be resistance. Like this. See how they're stacked? Right? So since pink is on top, which is the opposite of what we have now, I would think that would be bearish. But if pink is above purple and we are above that, what about that? I don't know. It might depend on where price is. Like it might be relative to price. Like if you're under both or over both. Pink above purple and below it is clearly bearish. Pink above purple, so this is like support, resistance, we're over it. You'd think that's support, but maybe that's not usually how it works. Okay, here, purple above pink, this is probably support because they're trapped. Now, yeah, look. Interesting. Shit. Well, damn. Oh, that's funny. Look at that. That's cool. Now, how do I get it to ignore the one that are higher? So you'd have to make one that's like below and one that's, I don't know. I'd have to think about that. How to distinguish between the, like, how do we know which one to trust? I don't know. This does not look promising. See how it's become resistance? This is likely done. If they put a bear bar down here that's not purple, I'll probably just have to quit. But I would think that this, on a higher time frame, would be defended. But maybe once this flips, maybe that's not the case. But you'd think resistance becomes support. The bottom of that zone should be defended. But this is resistance. So, like, again, purple on top of pink might cause problems there. That's what I don't know. I honestly have no idea. It might not matter at all. But I wonder if once you flip this bearish and it's on top of pink, does that negate this support? I don't know. Might. That'd be cool if it did. Look how slow it is. Jeez. For like something that looks like it's trying to sell, it certainly isn't doing much. So we're still not back into that zone. Right, this is the lows back here. Where was my level that they got long? Right here. Oh, we're nowhere near it. Higher time frame is definitely still bullish. But if this just like drops, I think part of it is purple on top of pink might put pressure on it. I don't know though. It could be the other way around. Yeah, it might kind of not matter because pink would be above if we printed a new one. This one would stop and then it would look like pink is above. So it unfortunately might not be as easy as which one's on top because technically there's a purple below this too. It just stops because this one started. Oh, you know what then? The way to think about it is purple getting higher or lower? The last purple was lower. That is how you do that. So where's the last pink? The same. It's been here forever. Low. I mean, it's, again, I don't know how you distinguish between these, but I'd say this one's pretty significant. So here, pink is dropping, and pink becomes resistance. Purple's dropping. Purple's dropping. And they hold it. Purple's rising. And they hold it. Purple's rising. They hold it. Purple's rising. And they hold it. Purple's rising and they lose it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm wondering if there's a way to I basically want to know, do I want to trust this one or this one? And I don't know. Like, it's going to automatically put the new one on and get rid of the old one. But it's possible that this is actually a more relevant level. And I don't know if that's something I can distinguish or not. Okay, so the volume bar is here. We're back into it. And here is his VBOC. That's where I would expect the retrace to. So if we get to 15, it rejects, it's probably a good spot to exit the long. But like I said, it's very possible that the higher time frame being long and this getting flipped, the pink, from bearish to bullish, makes this support, and that this might not matter. That this one might matter more. No idea. But what I've seen is when purple flips to resistance and it comes back up and rejects, it's bearish. So, but what I don't know is, should we target that or not? Like, does this even matter? I don't know. But yeah, see, they came back into his range. They put volume up here and sold it. Gross. It's probably time to get out. Damn, that's too bad. Looks done, doesn't it? Purple. Okay, they need volume here. We need to see them defend. Please defend. Oh, no problem, Sean. I'm just talking to myself, so yeah. No worries. I wouldn't be talking out loud, but I'm just what's it called? Like, free flow of thoughts. If I need a break, I'll let you know. No problem. No worries. But yeah, you're very welcome. I'm glad we at least got one good trade. Yeah, they really need to push this here. It does not look promising. Rejected off the voodoo range level, put a bunch of volume in, got under it, came back, retraced, and tried to reject it. If they close this bearish, the next bearish bar will be a short. So they need to not close a bearish. Actually, this will be a short. I should probably exit if it closes bearish. It's going to be a triangle.
they need to save this right here. Otherwise, I'll just exit the long. That's fine. Still up 900. Like it was a good trade. If they don't close it bearish, then I can hold a little longer. And I honestly don't know if it's just going to drop. I don't love selling it, but I don't see any reason to bring it all the way back to break even at this point. Too much evidence that like that level's turned into resistance. And I probably should have sold it on the retrace like I planned. I just got a little bit. Yeah, I'm out. Oh, I'm surprised this didn't trigger. What am I missing? In range. VPOC under. In range. VPOC under. Why didn't it short? They were in order. What am I missing? It didn't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. A, B, C. In order. Why the heck didn't that trade? Hold on. Let me just... What am I missing here? This one clearly was an A. Yours triggered good. Why didn't... What the heck? It, like, I actually see that it should have triggered and it's not... Okay, hold on. Let me just check this. Purple. 12. Yes, yes. That's all fine. Yeah, but it didn't alert, so it's not the trader, it's this. It, like, I actually see A, B, C. Sequenced correctly within 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And it didn't trigger. What in the world? It triggered here. A, B, C. Trigger. And like I said, I can see it. A, B, C. Sequenced in order. 8. What the heck? So it's saying it is not in sequence? Bar up. Yeah, no, it had bar up. That's B. A. B. And C. What the heck? Purple retest zone. Short. It's... Make sure I just can't see the... Is it red? No. What in the world happened? I've never seen that before. Okay, I have an idea. I'm gonna reload the collection. No. What in the world happened? It's not the trader. It didn't trigger on the sequencer. Even though I see it should have. It's not the number of bars, right? Nope. Not that. What the heck? definitely right. It's not this. I don't know. Because it actually shows that they each went. But it didn't trigger. I've never seen that before. What am I missing? None of these are sequencers. What the heck? It's really strange. It's not reload problem. It was a good short too. I just want to understand what happened. A, B, and C in order. B. Is it because this had a... It shouldn't matter. Is it... Could it be because it can't... No. Is it because these are both... Because it signals A and C at the same time, that somehow that isn't allowed? See, none of these are on A and C at the same time. I don't know how to fix that. Looking for spots where it's A and C at the same time. Like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Hold on, let me see if this one... It's the only thing different. Oops, not that. That's what it is. It's not triggering because A showed up again. I don't want that. Yeah. That's weird. I didn't realize that getting an A starts the sequence over. Even if C should have triggered. Has it always worked like that, Sean? I don't remember that being the way it works. Okay. Okay. But if you could check if you have an A and a C where it went A, B, A, and C, see if you're getting a trigger. Because that's going to miss a lot of good trades. A lot. And we can't have it not sequenced. That's not going to work. But I don't know how to... I don't know how to work around that. Because a lot of times it's going to trigger on this one. Oh, let me see. Yeah, see, none of those are A and C, right? I don't see one. Do you see one there? That's A and C at the same time. See, the reason yours triggered is because you didn't have an A there. You had a C only. So the fact that it... I don't remember that working like that before. Where if it triggers A again, that it has to start over the sequence. Like, it's basically saying it needs to see C before it sees A again. I do not remember it being that way before. A, B, C. I mean, it's not going to happen a lot, but... it's strange for sure.
And I just didn't realize that's the way it worked, that it starts over the sequence if you get an A again. That is definitely the problem. A, B, A is how it's thinking. Oh, I have an idea. What if I take off trigger on close? It's usually not a good idea, but I'm just curious if that fixes it. No. Okay. So it's sequenced, meaning it has to be this, this, then this. But why, when it goes to A again, does it not? I don't know. Maybe that's something that can be fixed. Because I hadn't even thought to check our other strategies that could miss trades for sure. Because the A condition exists when the C condition exists, and it's saying it won't trigger. Yeah, it should be able to, like, I think the way to do it would be the execution order would be check for C, check for B, check for A. If all exist and it says sequence, go. Because otherwise, if it's check for A, check for B, check for C, and it's got to be sequence, it's seeing A, and it's not even looking for C yet because it hasn't seen another B. That's got to be it. I bet you that's fixable. I bet you that's fixable. I'm trying to think of a situation where we wouldn't want that to be the case. if that's normally actually how we want it, where if the new, like, I wonder if we need two separate sequencers, one that can, like, do double and one that doesn't trigger on a double. I don't know. Does that make sense? Like, it's possible that sometimes we do want it to work like that. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Will do. Like I said, it's not going to happen very often, but and it's also possible that it's better not to take those trades. Like, it's totally possible, but it's definitely not how I thought it worked. Because, like, here it's triggering on A and C. See that? Oh, but is that in any order? Is that why? Fair breakdown. Sequenced. Look, A and C. I swear that's not how it used to work. I hope it's not something he changed. We didn't ask for that, right? Yeah, that one did it fine. And I thought I've seen it happen before. I'm pretty sure we didn't change it. And if you would have, I'm pretty sure we'd have a second version of it. There's not two versions of it, right? I didn't, like, use an old version. I'd use this one. Yeah. Okay. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. Very strange. And why would this one be different? That's what I want to know. Hold on, I have an idea. What if I build it again? Oh, whoops. Okay, well, doesn't matter what it's called. And then we're gonna say sequence. I'm just curious if I can get it. It'd be funny if it worked now and it just, I messed up something. Purple. In range, is that right? I forget. 13. Yep. Oh, you're right. Good call. It did get back under. Or back over. So yeah. I think I would have gotten hit, though. Not bearish, exactly. Not bearish. Purple in purple. We need bar down. Triangle down. No, bar up. Yeah, nothing. Okay, I just want to make sure. So either it changed recently, or it's something to do with like the condition that I'm pointing to is just unique somehow. What is it? Is it another sequencer? Could that be why? Purple. So this is another sequencer that's sequenced. That might be why. It's a sequencer referring to a sequencer. It's looking for this sequence for A. I wonder if that's why. I feel like we've done that before too, though. But that might have something to do with it, why this one's different. Hmm. Hmm. Because I might be able to work around that. But I'm not sure how. And no. Okay, what about this? No. Because this is condition A. Which is obviously working. But it's like it sees all this happen, and then it starts the sequence over because it sees all this happen. And I wonder if that's what it is. It's a sequencer referring to a sequencer. Okay, well, I'm glad we figured that out, because we'll like you said, we'll write it out. We'll see. Okay, so I wanted to see what happened here. I was distracted. We did put a VPOC underneath this, so I would have been stopped out either way. Instead, I think I left here. This means a triangle up should be a long. See, we got A, B, so we need triangle up to confirm. And like you said, we reclaimed value area low. Honestly, you could probably long this. I think I will. It's a pretty significant bounce. If the triangle doesn't print, I might drop it, but this should work. So we took back value area low. Now we're going to sweep this. So 33. Good call. Yeah, I just got distracted. Nice. Cool. Oh, sweet. You should have said something. That's awesome. Great job. Good play. Yeah, I just got totally distracted. And like I said, maybe that's not a very good trade, when it doubles like that. Like, it's totally possible that we want it that way. I just I like to understand the tool. Hey, so it got long. So see, no way. Okay, so our stop is like 91. I'm about to get filled on 10 points already because I got in early. So I can move my stop to like 90, 91. Which would suck because it would give away my gains from the earlier trade, but that's okay. Wow, it got really close and I didn't hit it. Go. Well, good news is it's going to get the pullback buy right there. So it just bought on the pullback. So now it's got 2 contracts on the bought sin. But the reason I do that is because it dips a lot. It's a valid entry. I gotta accept that I don't know when it's going to happen and just keep trading the system. I like your entry better though, Sean. Yeah, it's so close. I just missed it. They should take that liquidity. It should get up there to whatever I said it was, 30, like 40. We're going to shoot for that. I'm going to take profits earlier than that, but if I can get a little under 40, I'd be very happy. That'd be a hell of a day, actually. And then if they keep going, we're going to shoot for like, shit, 90. That would be insane. But like, it's a liquid up there. That would be nice. First, we got to get 10 points, though. It does seem a little tired. I agree. So that's valid, though. There's nothing you can do about it. But you can see that pullback is really common. That's why when I added that pullback entry, it helped the profit factor a lot. Especially on the longs. It improved the long significantly. Yeah, pretty neat. And I think it means that it's like you can shoot a little further too. Like you can add an extra 7 like to your target and still have the same percent profitable. So that's the other thing, is like it means that the wins are gonna pay more. Of course, the problem with the pullback buy is if you don't have a high percent profitable, it's going to actually hurt you because all the stops will get a pullback. Whereas the wins sometimes don't. So you first of all need to make sure that you have a percent profitable over 50%, but we were well over 50% on this. So I was like, you know what? This actually makes sense to try this. No, actually, that's an interesting idea. I've not tried that. I have not. Huh. Nope. Would be easy to do. We could definitely test that. Yep, me too. Oh, here, I'm going to mute my notifications because I bet you can hear that buzz. Pause notification. There. Okay. That should do it. Because my phone buzzes since I'm not in the there we go. Got it. Oh, I didn't get filled. What the hell? I guess I shot a little high. I just missed it. Again? I wasn't watching the Dom. I don't know how close it got, but I somehow didn't get hit. It should come back. It doesn't look done anymore. It looks fine. I'm gonna leave it for now. But it did do this grindy thing where it was like trap, trap, trap. So earlier. So who knows? But I don't know how high the high was here. I might have just overshot by a point. I didn't move it though. I thought when I got in here. Maybe my fill just wasn't as good when I got in. That could be. Here they go. Push. Got it. Whew. Jeez. Making you sweat. Nice. Yeah. You're right. Oh, that's right. You got the trap entry. I forgot. Yeah. Cool. Well, that's the benefit of being a little aggressive with the trap. That was a really good call. The trap entry is beautiful. Did you hit the target for that little eval? You got to be close. Okay, cool. Yeah, I was gonna say. Well, but you have to trade it 7 days anyway, so you'll be fine. But that's cool. That's nice that now you have another one that's built some equity. That's good. At least I protected my profits here. I don't like that second trap. It's not usually a good thing. The red star means it trap to the bear side. It didn't close yet, so if it doesn't close, it's no big deal. It's just a higher high. But it's gonna close. Oh, they're trying to save it. Pink trap. Kind of gross. They gotta save it right here. It looks like it's gonna stop. At least it's only the breakdown trade triggered. No, hidden bear resistance. Or bear what? Based on what? Oh, this? We beat that level. This should... We must not have beat it with VPOC. We didn't. Oh shit. It's bearish. Interesting. This one's saying this level had low delta. We had bigger delta than that right here, and we just got under it, and we couldn't get above this previous high with VPOC. So this system is saying that high was bearish. Now that we've gotten under it, we'll see. It's often right, but not every time. Interesting though. It's very close, but I guess it didn't quite get... Yeah, there's no VPOC up there. That's the thing. The VPOC was way down here. So, but oh, look at that. What was that? Fed speaker, maybe? That was a big push. Yeah, the bigger time frame says to me that we're at an area of support. So, last time I fought this system, I lost. But the location seems right. I just... There's got to be a Fed speaker. That look at that snapback. I think it's a new Fed speaker. I forget, but I think there was one. It probably is not a great time to be in a trade. That's clearly someone speaking. I can see if something's hitting the tape on X, Twitter. Well, it's doing its thing. I don't see anything on Twitter, but Putin was talking. I don't think they care about that so much. I don't know. It's got to be the Fed speakers, and they're just not. Oh, Fed's daily. There we go. Tighter financial conditions reduce the need for Fed hikes. There we go. That's all it needs. So no Fed hikes means Fed cut. You got any of that liquidity? It's fucking crack addicts. Look at this. They hear maybe we won't need more Fed cuts, and it's just like, let's just pump it. I'll buy everything. Well, glad I wasn't short.
Oh yeah, I definitely will take it. But that was nasty. Dirty. I'm gonna get filled. Give me. Where should I get filled? I said 40, but right around here is good. Oh, I feel totally greedy looking for 40. But it's like, why move my order at this point? They're just pumping it, you know? Ugh. It'd be devastating to not get paid at this after taking that risk. Here it comes. Give me 40. You know you want it. Nobody wants to be short now. Woo!
All right. That is a good day. Suddenly. Okay, so primary target, back to the volume point of control. It's not necessarily going to stop there, right? It's just a spot that they tend to hit. So if it gets there, it can probably get here. I'll move it up there in case they just rocket out of that news. Quote unquote news. But realistically, if they get stuck at 90, 95, which they probably will, it's a great place to exit. But if they just want to come up here and grab this liquidity and fill me like for freaking 3K, like I'll take it. Stops obviously in the right place because they tried to get down there and they couldn't. Look at that fib. Isn't that cool? I don't get it, but it's crazy cool. And then see how useful that volume area low is in the whenever it starts going sideways like this, like you got to know where that is. And we got to keep stretching it because it does move. But that's just beautiful. Yeah, they tapered the volume into it. By one tick, they saved this, apparently. Didn't even look like it, but one tick. And then took it back. Now it's going to come back here, and it could even get to here. Because this area is very illiquid. So, realistically, like 63 is like real. It's hard to believe, but it could happen. Probably not straight there, but you can see it's done it before. It's traveled that distance before, just usually not in a straight line. But I mean, this is, they're gunning for this. And then, I guess this. Again, it's hard to accept that, like, they can just run it, but there's no reason to get upset about it. I mean, I'm not going to be upset if I'm long, but I'm just saying, like, if they just start pumping and, like, you're not in this, like, you just got to just accept that this is an area with very low interest. And no one's going to defend it. And that's okay. And they got the news to support that move. So the last thing, if I was short, I would be absolutely exiting, by the way. There is no reason here to even think about being short. Do not short this. Even if it's going to drop on like another comment or something, this isn't where you do it. Like, be totally glad to not be short, is what I would say. I don't care what you think about the comments or whatever. Like, and it totally could be the high. But the times normally, once it rejects down here, it's coming here, and often it's coming here. Not always in the same day, but it can. So if you're going to short here, what are you going to do when it comes here? You're going to short again, and then it's going to go here, and then you're going to short again, and then you're going to short again, and then you're going to quit, and it's going to hit this and roll over. So don't even fuck with it. Just try to buy a dip and accept that this is elevator up. Easy to say when you're long, but believe me, I've been in those positions where it's like, this can't keep going. Dude, you did it. Nice. I'm still in, yeah. Nice job. Feels good to qualify that. I bet. That's cool. Good work. Good day. It started out shitty, but like I said, if I can, I'll I'll fucking blow up three, like 2 out of 3, and if I still qualify some of these, I'm happy with that. For $30, yeah. You wanna hand me like what's the like? Basically, they're giving you like $5,000 to lose of real money if you can just qualify the account for $30. Like nominally, I know it's a 150K account, but nominally it's $5,000 of their money that you can put at risk. That's really the way to think about it. But for so cheap, it's like no brainer. And honestly, since I blew that other one up this morning, I might even go buy another one before the end of the day, just to be sure that like I have enough that I can keep pushing them. Because like this one now is up to like if it goes higher, like if I get it to like 15.4 or something like that, 154, like I'll stop trading 3 with it and start doing 2, and then I'd probably want a second one to like throw around 3 contracts with, and then if I can get 2 of them up to like halfway there, I can like trade more conservatively for the rest of the month and potentially qualify one of them. And then I'd have 4 PAs, which would honestly mean I could probably start pushing a little bigger size because losing one of them wouldn't be the end of the world. Or the other way to think about it is trade smaller size and use the copier. So like rather than trading 2 minis and risking blowing them up any day, you trade 4 micros in 4 accounts, and now you've got 16 micros, so it's like almost, or I guess 5 micros and 4 accounts would be the same, but you're going to pay more fees, but your risk of blowing any individual one up would be very low, and you're still going to, on the good days, you're going to do great, and on the bad days, you each individual account won't be at risk of blowing up. That's really the right way to do it, is to actually trade smaller in each one, but copy across them. I haven't been using the copier because it's nerve wracking when you've got so much risk. I like the idea of blowing up 1 PA is like frustrating but acceptable. I've done it. The idea of blowing up 3 of them is like devastating. So like, yeah, if you're gonna use the copier, you got to trade smaller size. That's for sure. All right, this is probably a good time to run to the bathroom here. Dude, that's awesome. I'm so glad. I'm so glad it helped. Uh, give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back. find a new drink too. So, dude, this is great. I love when it's just on autopilot like this. Just like, okay, keep going. Although, keep in mind, he's probably still talking. So, like, we could easily give some of this back. Just seeing if I can find any other. Comments. I don't see anything significant other than daily. Market odds for hikes in November and December don't look out of line. Ah. U.S. F-16 shot down a Turkish drone that flew near U.S. sources in Syria. At least it was a drone. All right, well, I think he's still talking. I'm not certain about that, but as far as I can tell, I don't see any more comments, but I mean, look, we haven't had a down bar since like this got going. So this strategy like was trying to get short here, which, like I said, I didn't really like, but it did it anyway. It's seeing this as a high, and I like it's not looking at a higher time frame, and so I kind of see why it happened, but it also did so on a purple bar, so I may need to adjust that, because really it's only relevant if this is not purple. But then the good news is the breakout strategy got long here and got paid and made it back. So that's why the statistics on this page don't all look that great, but it rarely loses a lot. Like, it'll be right 50% of the time is what it looks like 40 and 50. But it's because it's got two different strategies, one that is very conservative and one that's very aggressive. This is... So the Bears line in sand. See, I wasn't watching this, but they put the Bears line in the sand. Oh, wait, no, they didn't. This one, Bulls line in the sand, was here. So as long as Bulls defended this, they were good. They actually put a bar under it, which is allowed. But then if you retake it, it becomes support. And then if you're bullish, you can use this as a pullback level. So this area here around 14,810 or so, if we do get a decent pullback, could technically be a buy zone. And then same here if we have, no, not that one. VRR. No, sweet spot. VRR. There we go. So here, that once it's bullish, it's the same spot. This blue zone is a good dip buy zone. It's probably too late now. It's already left the area. But that's only got 3 trades, but 100% obviously can't complain about that. And did this one get triggered? It did. Look, they caught that seller at the low. Dude, that's awesome. That's great. And like I said, I pointed out that same area before. Look, they caught this one too. That's cool. I pointed out where is it? Way back here. See, it's not doing very well because it was buying the whole way down. But once you identify it, but the bear was doing okay, and now it's not doing well. See, it was doing good. So you just need to know the direction for this one. But I think this is the level that I pointed out, maybe? I don't remember where I started. But somewhere in here I pointed out that the volume if beat can become support. I think it was that one. And then
Same thing here. So this volume FB can become support. Right there. See how they can only get purple under it? Now it's support. See that? This one can become resistance. Now it can be support. And you can keep doing that. I haven't highlighted them all, but you can see how as soon as they trap a seller, it gets long. Support. Probably should hold there. So we're getting into an area where there were more, but it's not going to matter. Because what's it called? The trend is just too strong to fight. You wouldn't want to. I would never short this. And remember what I told you before, Sean, how like if you have bar up, bar down, bar up outside the channel, like that area, you can either buy out of it aggressively or else just be safe knowing that like it's going to be bullish unless you can get under that. So the last thing you want to do is short. And that's the first one we've really seen. And usually the first one holds if it's this bullish. But that's the 15 tick. What happened to my... Oh, I see. I just need to do this. It's not showing up on the bottom, but it is taking the trades. There we go. I forgot that it needs a reset. So we haven't even had a down bar on the 24 tick. And look how far we are from the channel. So if this closes bearish and then the next one closes bullish, then this low is like, you don't want to see volume get put in below it. But see how they have a small time frame volume on this bar, right? So Simon would say this is your first chance to short, and I would say there's no way I'm shorting this, because if they don't put volume below this, like he might be right for a scalp, but if they don't put volume below this, it's just another spot to buy. So because if in all other cases in a non-trending environment, it is a good spot to short. But once you see shorts covering like this and it's squeezing, like that's why this struggled so badly, is because it did the exact opposite on the way down. So I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't short this. Even though it might work, it's just most of the time it's not going to work. You just have to make sure that this little turn, if they do it, isn't taken back. Otherwise, it's resistance. That's the better short, in my opinion, is if this is taken, short that. Like, why try when you have no evidence that it's short? Like, yeah, you have a lot of volume, but you trade under it and they just buy it. So all it's really saying is that this whole zone is probably going to be new support. They just are figuring out where the buyer is. So, I mean, I'd be a buyer here. If I wanted to be aggressive one way or another, I'd be a buyer here, not a seller. That's how I think about it. Is like, I don't know if it's going to work, but I have much more confidence joining the trend late than fighting the trend early. I like, it's not a high win rate, but it's higher win rate to join the trend late than it is to fight the trend early. It's a hard trade to execute because it's aggressive, and like we saw earlier today, if you're late, it does not work well. But yeah, I think it's better to buy in that spot and take advantage of any of those early sellers, because clearly they're stuck. So like, you have to ask, like, where do you expect this to, let's say you do short, and I'm not saying it's not going any lower, it might, but where is it going to go really? Like, it's going to come back to like this wick, like you're going to cover in like 7 points. Like, why? If it works 30% of the time and your best case scenario is you get 7 points, like, what? Whereas if you're right that it continues and you buy down here when you, or like even like here, right? And then it goes 20 more points and you could risk 7. Like, even if that works 30% of the time, like, that's a way better deal. It's just math. Like, yeah, it's frustrating because it doesn't work all the time. It's
it's not a great way to build confidence, and it's not the best trading strategy. But in my opinion, it's better to momentum trade in these situations than just to guess that this is the top. Because just because there's volume here doesn't, like, yes, it's probably going to retrace it, right? That's normal. Like, if you put a line at that VBOC, chances are that VBOC does get retrace. And if they develop volume underneath that and close it bearish, it definitely could be done. But until they do that, I don't really understand shorting this. Like, you better wait for at least one more. But then if you wait for the triangle, now you're shorting right into the channel. So, you know, I don't know. Never made sense to me. Even though I've seen it work. Like, I know it does sometimes work. I can't do it. Not my style. Yeah, Sean, you're right. You're right. The 5 minute. Sorry, I just saw that. I forgot I turned my notifications off. You're right about the 5 minute rule. That would fix this too, right? You'd be totally safe here because let's see, you'd stop shorting. These are inside candles, right? So, like, for sure by here. Do I have that right? This one. It's close. This one's almost inside. 1, 2. I think it's this one. I think so. And then you'd have to get under a 5 minute candle. Oh, but then you'd start again here. And then 1. So here, no more shorting. And that's pretty good. That's right where this all started. And then on the way down, you're not 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so you can't short any of this. I mean, you can long any of this. That would help a lot. A lot. And then here you might get trapped. But then you could recover it. Because, yeah, I think you're right. I think that's going to make a big difference. It's going to help a lot. With all that, like, any trend, any strategy, I mean, that, like, risks fighting the trend if it's not, like, a built-in protection. Look at that. See that? They hit the channel and just boom, and then star. It's super strong. And I know that, like, we learned that this is super vulnerable, and it is, but the trend is so strong that you got to think about the fact that if they don't take that low, it's not bearish. It is vulnerable, yet they couldn't do it. So, not bearish. Don't short. Like, at all. Oh, look, this got triggered. Ha! Wow. Late. Very late. It's because of this. What I wanted is a pullback. This is what I was saying before. This is awfully late to be getting in without much of a pullback. It might work because it's trending now, but normally I want this entry down here, and I don't have that built in that it has to be a certain distance, or it can't be further than a certain distance from the trigger bar, the activation bar, I mean. So it could get, it's now a momentum trade. It's probably fine because of the location on the higher time frame is good, but were it not for the higher time frame, this is going to get smoked a lot. So I can easily build. Let's just say, like, it can't take a trade if this distance is higher than 20 points or something. That's easy. But if it, I mean, like I said, it doesn't happen that often, and if it does trigger way up here, it may often be trending. So it might be better not to have that. Like, it might be just fine. It does sometimes cause it to stop, but manually I can see that this is probably okay because it's bullish, but we saw it happen down here at the low, and we had slowed down significantly here. It triggered here based on the signal up here. Yeah, and that's just too far away. So and it had slowed down momentum. It needed a pullback. And I mean, I guess you could say the same thing here. It's less volume as you're getting higher, less delta. One bear bar, but we got down bar, up, or up bar, down bar, up bar. So this is support until broken. So like, it's not gonna work 60% of the time, but it'll work a lot. But look, it didn't even get a pullback. It just entered and boom. Right? I don't even think it got an opportunity for a pullback. It didn't. Hasn't even gotten an opportunity for a pullback. It's oh yeah, it's right here. This is the limit order, so it's not going to fill most likely. So that's the negative of the pullback entry, is that you'll never get filled on these. But like you said, maybe it's useful to see what happens if you just take those. Then you'd filter out all of the trendy ones, and we'll see. It has 3 bars to fill it, so if this can't fill it, so it won't be filled. Probably really only needs 2 bars, because it's either going to fill in the first bar, or it'll print a bar up and it won't fill, and the next bar will be down. And if it doesn't fill there, it'll print 2 bars up, and the next bar can't reach it. So actually, it only needs 2. I didn't think about that. It doesn't matter, but yeah, this like physically can't fill, because it'll close here and then it disappears. So 2 or 4, but 3 doesn't actually make sense. Up 3K now. On 2 trades. 2? Did we have 2 trades in this one? Or 1? I don't remember. 2. But one of them was, yeah, 2 filled and 1 trailed. And now this one, 2 filled and 1 remains. And I just don't have any reason to exit. Like it seems like I'm pushing it, but, and like part of me just is like, hey, 3K is a good freaking day. But there's really nothing here to think, like, I don't have any reason to think that this is just gonna stop. I mean, it does have this volume, I suppose. But if it wants to, it could just rip right through that. So I don't necessarily, I can't quite see the wick. Okay, yeah, it's not that bad. I wish, how do I make that disappear? Back up? Yeah. So I mean, it's already taken back these lows. You'd think that maybe that would be potential resistance. It's, the chances are it's going to hit 94.50. And then they might start fighting. But yeah, I think this continues and probably takes this high of day eventually. It might pull back first, but it should eventually take the high day. And then it's going to gun for the yesterday's high day. Never mind. We already took that liquidity. I guess it doesn't have to go up there. It could just do lower high. Ooh, wouldn't that be vicious? To do take liquidity, push, fail to get under this, lower high, fail to reach like any liquidity, and then a roll over. That would be, that hurt a lot of people. That's usually what they want. The markets are meant to take money away.
But yeah, the natural target here is 94.50, 94, something like that. It would suck if they give up these lows. That would signal some weakness. Anyway, like I said, I really, seeing this up, down, up, star, lift. Oh, remember, Sean, we talked about pink, not pink, getting beat. And then if it retraces its resistance, shit, I forgot about that. So, the VPOC can't get under there on a bear bar. And if it does, and it could recover it, but if it does and it can't recover it, it's done. Okay, I'll watch for that. And then if the retest is rejected, that's a short, which, like, that's a much better short than this. Let's see. Just on the day. Let me check. Daily. $71. That's pretty good. That's nice. I'm happy with that. Yeah. And we saw like 30 days back, it was, that's reasonable. That's probably accurate. So purple bars are okay, but real bear bars in here, and we could have a problem because of this guy. It's not a ton of volume, but the low volume capitulation dump is not good. But specifically, it's when it retests and they find sellers there. Because we have seen it give it up and then bounce and then rip it. We've seen that. They're absorbing these sellers. I'm watching it on the DOM. Or at least they're trying to. Okay, purple bar. They're coming back to test under this, and then it'll probably bounce. It's interesting that there wasn't any volume since here. Like this, that little dash, this is where all the volume was. That's the natural spot they want to test. That's where bears want to go to make sure there are natural buyers there, and it's not just a capitulation squeeze. Especially when you see volume decreasing like that. They so far hasn't even been able to test it. But I think this is why this strategy does so well, is that first, it's the fact that the pullback buy doesn't always get hit, because it sometimes goes up, gets 10, and then the pullback buy disappears after 3 bars, so it doesn't come back, fill, and then stop. But if it comes up, dips, gets the pullback, the chances are that it's going to continue. So it's built well. It seems to fit the strategy well, is what I'm saying. But really, we wanted the buy to show up down here. So, you know, it's interesting because like now, because it didn't pull back, they've potentially put this vulnerable guy up here, and if they do come back to support, this guy's going to be trapped. So it's like that probably bounces and then rejects. So it's almost like they still can't give this up, even though they've got this solid support down here. And I say it's solid support because there were sellers in here that got trapped. This and this, those stars, like if it was bearish, then those guys all got aggressive. Or at least after taking liquidity, someone sold, see that? And they beat it and didn't even retrace it. So eventually we would expect that to get tested. But if they get too far away, they just won't be able to.
And then they'll have no choice but become buyers, and that pushes it higher for the time being. Well, that's perfect. That would be nice if they can rip through this now. Right back to the volume. Let's see, what is going on over here on the surge? Is this not updating? Oh, every time I go to the studies, it does that. I gotta check that out if I have a mistake in the execution order. Oh, yeah, so we haven't trapped any sell volume because there hasn't been any sell volume. And what about no new sweet spots? And do we have lines in the sand? Looks like no. Oh, no. Big delta at the top. Bear's line in the sand was beat long ago. Okay, and then this one. Oh, interesting. What happened here? Bull breakout. Yeah, that's late. That's very late. So they put volume in here and they broke out over the volume. And like I said, the system is very aggressive. And so it's going to buy the breakout with the stop underneath the volume. I mean, it might work. It's just continuation. But unlike this one, it's shooting for more than just a little 10-point move. Like if timed correctly, that system can work. But you really do need to get paid when it works. Like you gotta get more than 10 points if you're gonna buy breakouts with futures. And that is hard. As you size up, it's not hard if you trade small, but as you get bigger, like that gets harder and harder. I mean, unless you just automate it, I guess, and then you don't think about it. So this needs to not reject. Although they have not put a bearish VPOC other than the purple bars, which don't count, they have not put a bearish VPOC underneath this. So maybe it's okay if it rejects. And in that case, a trap under this could be a really good long, actually. Interesting. It probably just goes higher. Yeah, it's just gonna take that high. I mean, like I said, it's gonna go to 94.50 most of the time. These arrows way up high outside the channel can get trapped. Huh. Oh, I see. Okay. It's kind of a weird one. We'll just say that. But look how the high has all this delta. So we would need a higher delta than that to be able to get, like if we go lower and then we get a big delta, you'd have to beat that big delta before you're really worried about big reversal. That's actually protection in a way. And then the other big delta was on the breakout, which is awesome. That's exactly what you want. It's a really healthy move. Wow, another star. Is that going to be a pink star? I can't tell. I think. Oh, okay. Shifted. So if we clear this high, it's we don't have to worry about this anymore. Man, it would suck to be short here. And like, especially after yesterday, right? Whenever you get that like consecutive trap and squeeze, like, ugh. Like, just imagine like being short all day yesterday and being like, I'm just gonna hold one more day because I think the low's getting taken out, and then it happens again. Like, right? Like you can understand how these squeezes happen when you get someone like that stuck. It means that this one could even be bigger because like anybody who is like what's the word, um, stubborn yesterday is like they're going for high day. I don't want to be part of this anymore. I tried. The likelihood that they're stubborn again decreases. I mean, they're human. Most of them, anyway. But I mean, I see nothing here to think that it's done. So we'll just keep holding. I kind of wanted to add when this system triggered on the continuation trade. And that was probably the best choice. But I hate the idea of like adding risk because that's what you're doing when you're adding. You're adding risk. Like I'd be playing with house money, but like right when this triggered, I was like, I could keep going here. I've got this support. And I guess that dip would be the place to do it. But shit, that would suck if it just give back like 2K. That would suck. I feel lucky as it is, like having one here. But my conviction is pretty high that they're going to keep pushing. I should have taken this in the PA. That was the mistake. But that whippy action could have easily taken me out, and then I'd be really upset. So maybe it's better that I didn't. I mean, it's never a good idea to trade when Fed guy's talking. It's always risky. But once I identified that this clearly wasn't going lower, it probably would have been fine to at least take it with micros, with the real account, because it's a little bit irritating to like not really have anything on the board on the performance accounts, and recognizing that like if I do get a big dip here, it's the move is done. So like, where's the opportunity here? It's not really, there's not one. Not without big risk. That's the frustrating thing. Yeah, I'm not going to. I'm up too much. I'm not going to. It's, if anything, I should just be exiting. But like I said, I've got pretty strong conviction that we're going to keep going. But is that a retest and a reject? That's gross. Eek. It did not get a bear VPuck below that. Don't think that counts. Yeah, I don't have a locked in 3K, but if I exited this runner right now, I'd have 3K. So yeah, if I add one or two back here, it's like the risk is, of course, that you give that back, and that's ugh. I mean, it's just a eval, but still. I'm definitely glad I followed my own advice and didn't trade the real account in the morning with those aggressive trades. But I should have caught on to the fact that we were turning there, and that would have been a good one. And then, like I said, I'm okay with missing this because it was Fed speaker and all that, but it would have been nice. But I just can't believe there's only like an hour left in the day now. Like, went fast. And then I don't trade on Friday or Monday, so it's like. But I had a great week. I mean, it's not a problem. Like after putting up numbers that I did yesterday and Tuesday, I probably it makes sense to take a day off in that situation from taking real risk. Because again, it would suck. Like had I traded my real account in the morning and like given back, 2K or something, like I'd feel like the whole week was like wasted. So it's definitely better just to like protect your gains, but then when you're right, it's just like, what am I doing here? But it's all right. It's, you know, I'm building towards another PA, so it's time well spent, and definitely learned a lot, and got the stream to review down too. So, um, but it's unusual to go like the whole day and not really decide that I have a trade that's good enough to take with the real account. I guess we could still see one. It's not over yet. Ugh, that's gross. Okay, so now we technically got a VPOC on a bear bar underneath that vulnerable bar. So if they now come back up and retest it and reject it, I should probably just exit. It's not always done. Sometimes it comes back up and sweeps liquidity. And the location is kind of weird. We're right underneath that VPOC on the fixed range profile. But this is usually a sign of weakness. They may need to sweep that swing here. So I may not get a chance for an immediate retrace. But if they do like bull bar and then bear bar, it's probably time to get out of here. Also, the purple zone way at the top of the channel can be a problem. And if you look, we were above the channel, we pulled back into the channel, also vulnerable. Not always bearish, but it suggests that the momentum has slowed down and we're maybe going into some sort of a consolidation, like bull flag. And there's just no reason to hold through that if you can get out near the top. But if they just want to rip through it, like, that's cool. But really, it actually makes sense to exit here. It's probably what I should do, actually. They retested the volume. They put... I think that's the right move. I think I should just exit here, honestly. All right. Out the runner. Like I said, it might be a little early, but I don't like that it looks like the momentum has slowed. So 2,700 now. It's a respectable day if we don't get another trade. But I feel like at least that swing low. That's what made me decide to not wait for the retrace. I think they're going to retrace it back up. But technically, this could have been it. And this swing is probably going to get tested, most likely. And if it does, they may not make it back to this zone. So, totally cool with that. Yeah, totally, Sean. Absolutely. That sale goes to 80% after the 90%. Yeah, so the next month, as long as you buy it before midnight Eastern tonight is when it stops, 11:59 Eastern. The next month, if it takes you more than a month to qualify, the next month is now 80% off automatically. You don't have to do anything. So the first month would be like, I think I paid $29.50 or something like that for the 150K, and then if you didn't qualify it yet in a month, you would pay a little more than that, like 40 or something for the to continue it for another month. Yep. Nice. Yeah, I think that's smart, and I will be getting more too. I think, like I said, it's if you have a handful of them, like, you can be a little aggressive in the beginning, and then the chances are you're going to qualify it in a month or two. Otherwise, yeah, just like get to like trade with 2 contracts basically, and like just I think they're very passable as long as you don't get like tilted or you don't put too much size on. But I've been more aggressive in the beginning while they're on the sale, because I know I can just buy a new one. Once the sale ends, assuming it ends tonight, because sometimes they extend it, but assuming the sale ends, like your cost to blowing it up is increased. So like you might not want to be uber aggressive right away. But it can handle, I think it's like almost five full stops if you trade two contracts. And chances of taking five full stops in a row, unless you're just like assuming you're following a program, a process, like it's not going to happen very often. It can, but usually it's not going to. So like that, it's usually a good size. But as I get closer to qualifying them, I do size down to micros because it's just devastating to get so close and give it all back. Makes it take longer, but God, I've been so I hate that recognition that like you're up 7K in the account or whatever, and then you take like two stops and now you're down 2K and you can only give back three more, and like it's gonna blow because of the trailing drawdown. It's like it's just not worth it to put yourself in that situation. Like we have a system that can work. It just does need time. But yeah, like what's another month? You know what I mean? Like the one thing that makes me question that is I know they also do like reset sales too. So like they'll do like 50% off resets. So like you can reset it for like $40 anyway. So it's that, and almost knowing that, like I tend to get a little aggressive if that sale comes up. It's like, you know what? I'm just gonna reset this, trade 5 contracts, and I've only got 15 days left on it. But hey, if I make 5K in 2 days, you know, like I could actually qualify it. Like it's probably not the right mindset, but I've definitely done it. I do micros after qualifying. Yeah, this is definitely Bull's last try. This is what I wanted to exit on. I would be exiting here, but I wasn't sure we were going to get it, so I just dropped it. But this is where I would exit now that we got a VPOC underneath that vulnerable bar. I've seen it happen too often where it comes up, tests it, rejects it. But they could squeeze through it. We haven't reached the target yet. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to be done. But after I qualify it, I do trade small with micros for a while. And then, like, I just try to build up the equity in there so that, like, I know I can lose money without blowing it up. And then once I get over 5K in the account, which can take a little while if you're trading, like, 8 micros, but it's doable. But if you have a little cushion, what I honestly would recommend, what I've done is the first time, like I'll trade micros and I'll get a withdrawal. Psychologically, it's really impactful to like take that $500 withdrawal, like pay for your evals, like feel like you're getting somewhere. It might mean that the account is at risk to be blown up, but like just pick a number that like had you lost that much, you'd not be affected. Because that's what's going to happen to the trailing drawdown. It's as if you lost it. But like, let's say you're up 2K. If you pull out 500, it's going to psychologically like affect you positively. And yet, if you took a trade or two with 8 micros and lost 500, it's probably not the end of the world. So like, I'll pull like 500 from it, pay for the eval. Because I do like rather than paying $80 a month, you can pay $250 and get the licensing fees done for life. And then you can trade as small as you want on it and not have to worry about that. But I take that $500, pay for the eval, pay for the licensing, give myself a little extra, and then like be really conservative until I get back up to high watermark. And then if I get it to high watermark, I will occasionally take 2 contract mini like stabs if it's a really good setup. And I know worst case scenario, I'm going to be down like $800, and I can tell myself, hey, you've recovered this before. It's not that hard. Just go back to micros and keep grinding it back. But if the one time I did blow one up, I did that same process, but rather than going back, I pulled money, like 1,000, probably a little bit too much, and then went back, traded 5 micros, and like had a kind of a okay time, like building it back. I had not gotten back to the high watermark, but I was getting like antsy to make more money on it. Oh, there it goes. Yeah, I knew it. And so I went ahead and started trading 2, and all it took was like 2 losses in a row, and suddenly I psychologically got shifted from like I can just grind this back to recognizing I've given back, like I've lost half of the drawdown. It's and in my mind it was already blown in my mind, and so the idea of having to grind back with like 4 micros was just not, it wasn't going to happen. So I just tilted it out like the other like 2,500 away. Basically, it's like it's so easy to do. Like you just get this psychological shift that like it just sees it as blown. And part of the problem is that like I've trained myself to think that way because that's how I trade the evals. If I've got a couple bad ones, I'll just push it and blow it almost on purpose and figure I'm either going to get even or I'm going to blow it, and just buy another one. But the problem is it takes so long to like go through the process of getting funded. And even if it is a sale, you have to pay the $250 licensing fee again. So it's not worth it to like get tilted, but that doesn't mean it doesn't happen. It unfortunately does. And what it takes usually for me is like doing something good and then like having a rough day and then responding to that rough day with aggression. That's almost always the pattern. So had I waited for a purple bar to get a VPOC under it, I could say that this was okay to hold. The thing that got me nervous was this. I felt like this lower high and a VPOC below the high was probably going to come sweep this low. And so my first thought is I can trail my stop to this, which would have worked. But I was like, no way that's going to work. They're going to sweep it and then they're going to trap it and then they're going to drop it. And so I'm like, 2,700 is a good day. I'm just going to exit, which isn't a horrible choice. I mean, sometimes that's going to be the best option. But yeah, when they don't take that low, it's not over. So, okay, so you have to make it first. You can't pull anything from it until you can only pull profits. So you can't, but I'm saying like once you make, let's say like 500, 600 in the account, just like pull the profits and pay yourself, and then the drawdown will be affected by your withdrawal. It'll be affected as if you lost that money, right? So it'll be down 250 or whatever you pull. But yeah, you can only pull profits. The 150K in the account is only for trading. You can't take their money. You can only pull profits out of your money that you made. And then, but once you have an account with your money, the size of the drawdown, anything additional that you make, the drawdown pauses. So since the 150K drawdown is 5K, if you make 5,001, that like anything higher than that, you can lose all of it, even if you make way more. So like if you made 5,000 in the account and then another 15,000, you could lose 15,000 before the drawdown kicks back in, and you wouldn't lose the account. You'd lose the 15,000, obviously, but you could technically lose the 15,000 and then pull out 1,000, right? But now the drawdowns kick back in, so now you'd have to go slow down because now you're really down $1,000 from the drawdowns point of view because you only have 1,500 or 154, right? So if it's 155, the balance or higher, the drawdown pauses. But if you fall back below it, it turns back on again. If that makes sense. And it can fall back below it from you losing money or from you pulling your money out. Either way, it's the same. It's just money not in the account. So the way they explain it is like they don't want to lose, like they don't want to put any more at risk. They'll never risk more than 5,000, but you can risk as much as you want as long as you've made 5,000 and leave it in there. So if you have $5,000 of your profits in the account, anything more than that, you can pull it out. You can do whatever you want as long as you keep that balance at least $5,000 more than what the initial balance was. The drawdown is not affected. There's just no drawdown. So no trailing drawdown until you pass down underneath that balance. Then the drawdown starts again. So does that make sense? You just qualified the other one? Nice. Nice. That's good. Wow. So what size are they? The 50K. Okay, cool. So your trailing drawdown is going to pause way earlier. What's the max loss on the 50K? I forget. Because whatever the max loss is, that's the cushion you would need to pause the drawdown. Yeah, it's definitely smaller than 5K, so you won't have to make as much in there to pause the drawdown because it's just whatever the max loss is, you need to like match that in profits and leave it in the account, and then the drawdown will pause as long as that money stays in the account. So if it's like 2K or something, that's all you actually need to make with micros, and then once you anything more than that, you can pull, and it's as if nothing happens. But once you go back under like 52,000 or whatever in the account, if it's 2,000, because it's 2,000 of your money, and so yeah, once you tell me how much it is, we'll do the math and we'll figure out what the best way to trade it is. Okay, so we reached the VPOC. This would have been my primary target, and I would have made the 3,500 that I wanted or whatever. But oh well. But this is exactly how they get you in trending markets: is they make it look very dangerous, and then they rip it up. Okay. Here I can find it. I know where to find it. Just go to the main site, or you can go to your thing that says the rules. Here, if you go to your dashboard, and then it'll say the account, and then it'll say like profit goal 9,000. It'll say like Rhythmic 50K full size account, give you how many contracts, and then right under that it'll say profit goal, and then live trailing threshold on your dashboard. That's the official way to find it. Otherwise, their main site, Apex Trader Funding. I can find it here. You just gotta scroll down to the 50K. Okay, trailing threshold 2,500. So you need, so to get the trailing threshold to pause, you need to keep a balance of $2,500 profit in your account. If you have less than, so it's 50K of their money, so 52,500. If your balance is under that, the trailing drawdown is active. So any money you pull or any money you lose, like, will affect the drawdown. If you have more than 52,500 balance, then anything above that, if you lose it or pull it, it does not affect the drawdown. But as soon as you go under 52,500, the drawdown will kick back in again, which means if you then lose that $2,500, you'll blow the account. So they would lose nothing in that case, and you would lose the account. But the nice thing is, if you make 5K, you could literally pull 2,500 out, and it won't affect the drawdown at all. So even with those little accounts, you do have to start small and grind up like as much more than the cushion that you want to pull. But like what I would probably do with that is like make 3K, with like micros, and then pull 500, and then make 3K, pull 500, make 3K, pull 500. And at that point, you'd have a big cushion and you could trade up. You could size up, because now the chances you're going to go under 2,500 or 52,500, the chances that you do that with like with a balance of over $6,000 of your own money, like that's not going to happen. But along the way, what I'm saying is, rather than just grind 6,000 in profits, make 3, take 5, make 2, take 5, like pay yourself along the way, because otherwise it's so much harder. It like mentally, it doesn't feel real. But once you get those withdrawals, it like I don't know. You respect it more because it's like you realize it's real money. Uh, so what do you mean the big fee? So the fee, you have a choice. You can, for any size account, it's either $80 a month for the licensing fee for the life of the account every single month, or $250 one time and then never have to pay it again. So it's up to you. If you want to do $80 a month, you can do it that way, but that's going to be for the life of the account every single month. If you do 250 right away, it's for the life of the account, and there's no more fees ever. So as long as you're going to respect it, it's probably smarter to do the 250. But I mean, if you have two of them, right, you could do 250 in one and then 80 in the other, and then the 250 trade micros, baby it. And the one you're paying 80 a month, maybe just go at it with the minis and assume that, you might blow it. But like, if you don't, you're going to build that cushion fast, like, don't be aggressive, but I'm just saying, like, you could size a little bit more aggressively. And knowing that, like, if you're going to blow one of the accounts, that the $80 a month account is the one to blow. But if you're trading minis, or at least like 10 micros, your chances of making $80 a month to pay for itself is extremely high, right? So that's, I guess, the question is like how. See, the reason I went with the 250 right away rather than the $80 a month is because I knew I was going to get a bunch of them. Like, my plan was to like build accounts, right, and then trade small in each account. But another strategy would be to have one account that, like, you definitely keep and baby with small amount, and then the other ones, like the smaller ones, like you did, you could just keep trading your regular size and potentially meet that trailing drawdown pause in like a week, and then, yeah, you're paying $80 a month, but you can now trade two minis, like, without really risking blowing it, because now you've got the $2,500 cushion, and so you could easily make 500, maybe 600 a month in it, and still not have it affect the drawdown. So paying the $80 fee is like not that big of a deal, but it just kind of depends on how you're going to do it. I just thought, even though it's significantly more, like, I'm not under pressure to like trade every single account every day. Like, if I only get one account, like if I only hit the button on one account, it doesn't cost me anything to hold the other ones, and since they're big and I want to keep them, that seemed to be the way to go. But I could see a rational reason to go with the $80 a month with the smaller one, and see if you can just like trade conservatively but with big size, and as long as you can meet that trailing drawdown threshold and make that 2,500 bucks in there, anything more than that, you can just withdraw, and you'll probably blow it eventually. But like, if you made, even 3K before blowing it, like, you've totally paid for plenty of evals, and you've you've easily covered your licensing fees. So it just kind of depends on how you want to treat it. if you're going to treat it like a I could think of some bad analogies that are definitely not appropriate. But if you just got to decide if are you going to marry it or not. Let's just put it that way. But yeah, I feel like the way I see it, I'm just like collecting a harem of wives. But if you don't want to get, you don't have to marry them all. You can just pick one to marry and have the rest of them as side flings. And if if they happen to pay you, great. But if not, you don't. The risk isn't that high. And like I said, then you could comfortably trade the higher amount. And yeah, you might blow it, but look, like, you can practically qualify one in 7 days with this system, no problem. So getting it back is not that big of a deal. Whereas if you've paid $250 for the lifetime license and you lose it without getting a withdrawal, like that sucks. That's a significant ding. So I think that's smart. Yeah. Yep. I like it. I like it. Perfect. Perfect. Yeah. Because with micros, I obviously, no one knows it's going to happen, but like we've both watched the P&L on these, and like the worst day I've seen is like negative 300 with 2 micros. So like maybe negative 400 with 2 micros. So as long as you like, and that's basically when you pick the wrong strategy, right? So even if you pick the right strategy and you make $200-300 with like 3 or 4 micros, like that's going to pay for itself very quickly. Dude, that's awesome. That's so great. Proud of you, man. That's awesome. A couple of days. Sweet. That is so cool. Gives me goosebumps knowing that like I'm helping out. That's cool. That's the best feeling ever. Appreciate that. Cool, man. Oh, can't believe I dropped this. But like I said, I think it makes sense. I wonder if the VPOC under it needs to be in the first rotation. I'm going to look into that. I'm going to leave that there and hopefully I'll remember. You're welcome. You're very welcome. Yeah, like I said, let's, the key is like, just don't do any, don't guess. Right. Like, yeah, I mean, right. And that made sense too, right? Like if it wasn't for the momentum, I think because you got it, you had like an amazing entry, right? Didn't you get in here? I think you said the trap. That one? It's a good fucking trade. Like that's a great entry. So like, yes, right. That's what you need. 15 tick. Got it. Oh, smart. Okay, so right there. Nice. So you're in. No, that wasn't. Not this. This? That one didn't get it. Oh, I don't have the apexes on. I was like, why isn't that apex? So that one. So, okay, so yeah, so a little before I did. And then I think that was the one. And then you obviously, did you take it with 2 minis? Two minis, nice. So I would have, like, not knowing anything, I would say 10 points for the first one. And then my natural targets are these. This one's already been met. So you have that and that. And anything more than that, like you'd have to identify that you have a zone that you want to stretch. And like I said, I took it with 3 and I basically did the same thing with my first 2. I took one here and I took one up here somewhere. I don't even remember. I think I said 40. So, I mean, I pushed that one and I even said with the 40, I was like, if you remember, I was like, I'm being a little greedy here because I knew that this was going to get hit. And I had this, the only reason I thought 40 is this fib here was just like right there. So I'm like, that's the first place I see where we might run into trouble. So I am not going to sell it under that. But realistically, without that, I mean, if you got 32, I think that's a good trade, a very good trade. Because look, our stop is like there. So, I mean, 15 point stop, 10 points, almost 25, let's say. Like even 10 and 20. Like with a system that gets a 60% win rate, that like You're doing fine with 10 and 20, right? I think that's awesome. I think that's really good. What time is it? Okay. Yeah, so here's the VPOC, right? We're right back, right where I kind of expected that we're going to see some choppiness. Can't trade it here. That is pretty. I'm glad you caught that, Sean. You mentioned that we got under it and saved it. That was, if you saw this hammer and you knew where the volley area low is, and you can see how oftentimes when we do go under it and we reclaim it, that usually you come back to the VPOC, if not the other side. We've seen it over and over again. If you see that dip hammer, like, yeah, like you just need to find an entry. And then this is really your target. If you have more than two, like if you're trading micros, right? Yeah, like this is where we want to practice targeting with the micros. Otherwise, if they blow through this, you could honestly get this liquidity, if not get all the way up here. So, and like I said, I'm personally working really hard on that, and it's hard, but trying really hard to like not get shaken out when I know that there's a opportunity to go higher. And like, it feels frustrating, like getting a cover back at like 45 or whatever I took it at when I took this risk. And I even said, I think it's bull flagging here. No, that's exactly what it was doing. I just couldn't stomach the idea of giving back, like, if it did this, I would have covered it. Like, I knew I would have covered it right there if it did that. So I was just like, why don't I just exit? But the funny thing is the reason not to exit is because sometimes they don't break the low. So, yeah. But I would be out here. Like, I'd be happy with that. It hit the VPOC. It's stalling. I guess you could wait for another down because now we have up, down, up, down, up. That one held. Up, down, up. And so if this one closes up and it gets under it, it's going here. But really, the trend remains intact as long as this holds. So, I mean, it might come to that trap now. Like, that might be the best opportunity actually to get long. But it's the more I make in the day, even with the paper account, it's so hard to convince myself to take another trade, because like, especially when you see it work so well, it's just like the right thing to do is just to be done, because I know that the opportunities next week are going to be better probably than this one is. But this like voice in my head says you can't trade for like 5 days. Like, this is your chance, right? And then the same thing happens like Thursday night, London. Like, I convinced myself to trade it, thinking like, well, you're not gonna be able to trade tomorrow morning, so you might as well like at least spend an hour and a half seeing if you can get a trade. And then they're never as good. Like, not sometimes they are, but not always. So like we've been told in the room before, like the better way to do it is to get your money and leave. But that is a hard thing to do. Yeah, I like that. I like that. And practicing that is gonna be really good. Like the more you practice doing that, you're gonna get that. You're gonna build that muscle of holding a little longer. And then, if you go to 10 micros or even 2 minis, you'll have a sense, like an intuition of whether or not you can push that second mini or not. And the more contracts you have, the more like focused you're going to be on the like extensions, because like if you take let's say 3 at 10, like pay for risk, and then 2 like at 20, like you might not have a lot of risk left, but you've got enough to like stay interested. Where like every every 10 points you've got an extra dinner paid, so if you can push it for 30, 50, like suddenly you're going to realize like what those look like. Whereas like if you're not in it, we get distracted by feeling frustrated that we're not in it, and then we don't learn from it as much. But if you're in the trade, having to actually make the active decision with, do I give back the $100 and like let it sit, or and it's more work, but there's no better way to learn. Yeah. Yep. Exactly. I agree. Yeah, even one. It really does. And what I probably should have done is gotten rid of those 2 minis and switched to micros. That would have been, since I didn't technically get stopped out or trailed out. It was just like a sense that I was probably going to, and I was happy with the gains. That's the exact emotion that should tell you to just decrease risk. The only problem was I only had 1 left, so in my mind, decreasing risk is to 0, but we have the micros. I could have just dropped it to 2 micros. And sure, it wouldn't be a big difference in results P&L wise, but that sense that like I did something right is so much better than the frustration of like, why did I let that go? Right. Yeah, exactly. And then it actually protects you from tilt trading. And the risk of giving it back. The funny thing is when you switch to micros and then it stops out, you can be like, yeah, that's what I thought happened. That's what I thought was going to happen. And that's why I limited my risk. So like whether or not you get your target or you don't, both of those result in like a relatively positive, it can result in a relatively positive emotion, like an emotional reaction. Whereas whether or not you hold full or exit full, there's a 50-50 chance in both of those cases that you're going to have a negative reaction to that. It's weird, but like, it's just the way our brains are. Like, you're not, it's going to be pretty hard to convince yourself that like getting, like holding and seeing it stop out and not getting frustrated because this is the right move most of the time. That's logical, but you're not going to have a positive reaction to stopping out most likely. But you will if you decrease risk, knowing that there was a chance that was going to happen. You can reframe that thought rather than like, damn, I stopped out, to wow, I'm glad I switched to micros, right? It's funny, but it's powerful. They're just leaving this behind. Another star. Look at all that volume. Holy shit. Has this been triggering? It did. Look at that. The bull volume surge triggered right there. That's cool. So as a trend following system, it actually works okay. See that? It actually got in before we did too. So when you know direction, dropping countered volume is good. Cool. That's neat. What about this guy? Yep, so the breakout worked. And a second breakout worked. Cool. Neat. So this one hit, pulled back, and then this one just exited here. That's got to help. Let me just see. This was at like 38 or something, so this should be better. $40. Okay, that's better. Oh, wow, but it really did lose a lot this morning. Oh, that's the week? What's the day? Yeah, positive. Okay, that's what I thought. Like I said, I don't expect that to do great every day because it's got the 2 strategies. And like I said, I will eventually tease those out so I can choose one or the other. But I kind of like having them all in one place because since it's not automatically trading real money. I can see everything on one, but and it's very rare that one triggers and the other one misses because it's already in, since they're basically opposite strategies. And I kind of had a feeling that like maybe it would help, but the aggressive one is just too aggressive and the conservative one is just rare. So it's not good enough. Wow, what happened here? Yeah. Oh, it's on. Yeah, this really struggled during the down. So we have to be really careful with that. Like you said, 5-minute rule. Arrow retest is working. Arrow traps kind of sucked. Is that long only? No. What about this one? It's a slightly different one with the same zones. Nice. So even taking breakouts of the zones is working. That's cool. Let me just make sure they're showing. I don't think they are. Oh yeah, they are. So that would have been a trap, and that would have been a loss. That must be for the week. So it would have tried to get the trap here, and then it bought this, bought the pullback, and then where's the exit? It did. That's weird. I don't know. It must have looked different because it flipped short here for some reason. I'm not sure what happened there. I reloaded and recalculated and it triggered another one. Oh, this one just triggered again. Yep. Bull. No. Yes. Bull. Trap. So it's looks totally different. Oh, because I have 30 days, not 3. So it looks completely different. So it's seeing a purple zone here. And it identified a trap there. It just looks completely different. It's just data differences. That's so weird. Let's see. Yeah, for the volume search one, I mean, yeah, I can't see why not. I mean, that it would miss the reversals, but I mean, we have other things for that. So good idea. Yeah, I can't see why it wouldn't be a good idea. It's certainly something to try. Yeah, but this hopefully gives you an idea of like how I sort of manage them. I've got way too many down here, and most of them I don't even look at because they're not finished. But I definitely have a few I rely on. And like I said, I usually do turn off the statistics so I can see the chart. And then, yeah, I kind of have gotten a sense of like when to use which one. I think I gotta reload this one because it's not updated yet. It will eventually not need a reload, but it does now. There we go. So, but yeah, I think it's a good idea to, like we talked about before, oh yeah, that's nice, to get a process for how to choose which setup. Okay, so this is a pullback range. And that's probably where we are right now. Yep. So the bear's line in the sand has been beat, yeah? Right here. So as long as they don't take this bar back. So if it doesn't get a VPOC behind like 74. Oh. This one just... Oh yeah, we knew about that. As long as it doesn't get one behind 74. It's a lot higher than I would think. So they're saying that that's the line in the sand. If we get under that, if that's rejected, then it technically has to get under it and rejected it. If that happens, it could get bearish. And to be fair, like this is the spot we should expect some sort of a pullback. Like they've been negotiating this POC over and over and over again. So wouldn't be shocked. I hate trading in the last hour personally. It's feels like gambling because it's I don't know hard to control. You just never know. And if I get in a good trade, I feel like by the time it gets somewhere, it's going to be the end of the day, and then I've got uh, MOC to worry about and all that. So, but we'll keep watching. But I'm definitely done trading. But I'm always curious to see what happens. All right, run into the bathroom one more time. I'll be right back. All right. Yeah, let's shut it down. I agree. Good idea. I've had enough, and I'm definitely not trading. All right. I'm gonna shut this down. If people want to contact me, if you watch this, that's how to contact me. You can talk to my coach Simon about the algo, and we have a trading room we all trade in. But there's a cost associated with that, so talk to Simon. Trade letter N word